Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never really wanted to share this online, but after bottling it up for so long, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can make sense of what my family and I went through for 10 miserable years. We moved into that house in Westfield back in 2005. It was a pretty typical suburban home, nothing special, nothing that screamed, "I'm haunted." Just a regular 4-bedroom with a nice yard, good school district, the works. We were excited at first. My husband Mark, our 2 kids and I thought we'd found our forever home. God, I wish someone had warned us. The weird stuff started almost immediately. At first it was just little things. Items not being where we left them, doors we were sure we'd closed standing wide open, lights turning on by themselves. We tried to rationalize it all. New house, unfamiliar layout, forgetfulness, faulty wiring. You know how it goes. You try to find the logical explanation because the alternative is too unsettling. But after a few weeks, it became impossible to ignore. The kids started complaining about hearing whispers when they were alone in their rooms. My son Jake, who was 7 at the time, kept saying someone was watching him from the closet. My daughter Emma, who was 5, started having these intense nightmares that left her screaming in the middle of the night. I remember this one morning clearly. I was in the kitchen making breakfast when every single cabinet door and drawer just flew open at once. It wasn't like a slow, creepy opening. It was bang, all at once, like someone had rigged them. Mark was right there with me, and we just stood there frozen, staring at each other. What do you even say in that moment? After about 6 months, the activity became so constant that we actually started getting, well, not comfortable with it exactly, but desensitized. It was like living in one of those awful horror movies that keeps throwing jump scares at you every 5 minutes. Eventually, you start rolling your eyes instead of screaming. We'd be sitting at dinner and hear footsteps running up and down the hallway. Glasses would shatter for no reason. The TV would turn on in the middle of the night, always to static. Our dog refused to enter certain rooms in the house. We'd find handprints on mirrors that none of us had left. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't we just move? Trust me, we tried. The housing market crashed right after we bought the place, and we were underwater on our mortgage. Mark had just started a new job, and we simply couldn't afford to leave. We were stuck. The most consistent thing, the one that happened to me personally at least twice a week for 10 years, was the bed thing. I don't know how else to describe it. I'd be lying in bed, usually right on the edge of sleep, when I'd hear and feel someone climbing into bed with me. There would be this distinct sound, like a hand slapping down on the covers, then the mattress would shake, and I'd feel the weight of someone pulling themselves up. The weight would shift the mattress, just like when your partner climbs in beside you. I'd feel the covers tug. The first 100 times it happened, I'd whip around expecting to see Mark or one of the kids. But there was never anyone there. Just empty space and the indent in the mattress slowly rising back up. After a while, I'd just sigh and try to go back to sleep. It became almost routine, if you can believe that. We tried everything. Priests, psychics, paranormal investigators, sage burning, salt lines, you name it, we tried it. Nothing worked, not even a little bit. If anything, the activity seemed to increase after each attempt, like whatever was in that house was mocking our efforts. But what happened in the 8th year we lived there? That was when things took a turn from annoying to absolutely terrifying. I've always been afraid of horror movies, especially those Japanese ones that got popular in the early 2000s. The Ring, The Grudge, I couldn't handle them. Something about that image, the girl with the long black hair covering her face, the jerky movements, the dirty white dress. It just gets under my skin in a way I can't explain. I remember talking about this fear with my sister on the phone one afternoon. I was alone in the house, which was rare, and I was going on about how I couldn't even look at the DVD covers of these movies in stores without getting goosebumps. After we hung up, I decided to take advantage of the empty house and have a nap. I was almost asleep when it happened again. That familiar sensation of someone climbing into bed with me, the slap of a hand on the covers, the mattress shaking, the weight shifting toward me. I was so used to it by then that I barely reacted. I just opened my eyes, expecting to see nothing as usual. But this time, there was someone there. It was a girl with long, stringy black hair completely covering her face. She was wearing what had once been a white dress, now filthy and torn. Her skin was a sickly grayish color, and her hands, oh God, her hands were bent at unnatural angles as they gripped the sheets. I froze, completely froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. This thing, this exact thing from the horror movies I'd just been talking about, was now in my bed, inches from my face. When my body finally caught up with my brain, I launched myself backwards, falling off the other side of the bed. I scrambled into the corner of the room, yanking a blanket with me and covering my face with it like a child. I remember groaning, then finally finding my voice and shouting, "Go away! Just go away!" I stayed like that, huddled in the corner with the blanket over my head for what felt like hours. When I finally got the courage to peek out, the room was empty. I called Mark at work, sobbing so hard he couldn't understand me. He came home early, but of course there was nothing to see by then. I know he believed something had happened. We'd all experienced too much in that house to doubt each other, but I could tell he thought I might have had a particularly vivid nightmare. But it wasn't a nightmare. I know the difference. The really chilling part came a few weeks later, when our oldest, Jake, who was 15 by then, had a similar experience. He'd been watching some zombie show on TV that had really freaked him out. That night, he woke up to someone climbing into his bed. When he looked, he saw a rotting corpse, exactly like the zombies from the show. That's when I realized what was happening. This thing, whatever it was in our house, wasn't just creating random scares anymore. It was taking our specific fears, the images that terrified us the most, and manifesting them. And that's when I became convinced we weren't dealing with a ghost. We were dealing with something else. Something that fed on fear, that could read our minds and twist our thoughts into reality. Something demonic. We tried to be careful after that. We avoided scary movies, scary stories, even the news sometimes. We tried not to talk about our fears out loud, thinking maybe that was giving this thing ammunition. But it didn't matter. It knew. It always knew. There was the time Emma, who was afraid of dolls coming to life, woke up to find her childhood doll sitting on her chest, its head slowly turning toward her. The time Mark, who had a thing about spiders after a bad experience as a kid, found hundreds of them pouring out of an air vent right above his side of the bed. The time I was home alone and heard my family screaming for help from the basement, only to call Mark's cell and find they were all safely at a restaurant across town. We lived like this for 2 more years. 2 more years of having our deepest fears thrown in our faces. 2 more years of sleepless nights and constant anxiety. 2 more years of feeling like we were slowly losing our minds. Finally, in 2015, the housing market recovered enough that we could sell the place without taking a massive loss. We moved out so fast that we left furniture behind. I didn't care. I just wanted out. The most convincing proof that the house was the problem. The literal minute we moved out, everything stopped. No more apparitions, no more noises, no more feeling someone climb into bed with me at night. It was like crossing over some invisible boundary line, freed us completely. We've been in our new house for 7 years now. It's peaceful, normal. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I just felt the mattress shake. But it's just my mind playing tricks on me, phantom sensations from a decade of conditioning. I've often thought about trying to warn the new owners of our old house, but what would I even say? Hey, there's something in there that will find what scares you most and make you live it. They'd think I was crazy, so I keep quiet, and I hope they're okay. And I hope whatever that thing was, ghost, demon, or something else entirely, I hope it doesn't find a way to follow us. Because I still can't watch The Grudge, and I'm terrified that one day I'll open my eyes in the middle of the night and she'll be there again, her face hidden behind that curtain of black hair, waiting for me at the edge of my bed. Story 2. I still don't know how to explain what happened that night last October. My husband Mark and I had been looking forward to a simple night out with our best friends Jen and Robert, dinner and a movie in Charleston, nothing crazy. We don't get many chances to go out since having kids. Thankfully, they were at my mom's that night. So even something as basic as catching the new horror film at the theater felt like a luxury. The night had gone perfectly normal. We saw the movie, grabbed dinner at this little Italian place Robert had been raving about, and started heading back home around 11. Mark was driving his SUV since it was the roomiest for all four of us. I was sitting in the back with Jen, while Robert rode shotgun with Mark. For anyone who's never been to rural West Virginia, you can't imagine how dark it gets out here at night. Once you're away from Charleston or any of the smaller towns, there are stretches of road with no streetlights whatsoever, just pitch black, with dense forest pressing in from both sides. The roads twist and turn through the mountains, and after about 6 in the evening, they're practically deserted. We were about 30 minutes into our drive home, taking these backcountry roads we'd driven 1,000,000 times. The conversation had shifted from discussing the movie to Jen's workplace drama, something about her manager playing favorites. Mark had the high beams on, and I remember feeling drowsy from the wine I'd had at dinner, watching the yellow lines of the road disappear under our car, one after another. That's when I noticed the taillights ahead of us. "Someone else is actually out here," I said, not really thinking much of it at first. The car was maybe 100 feet ahead, just visible as a dark silhouette against the blackness beyond our headlights. I could make out 2 red taillights, nothing unusual. "Probably some teenagers looking for a place to park," Robert joked, and we all laughed. The conversation continued, and we followed behind this car for maybe 5 minutes. Not close enough to be tailgating, but close enough to see it clearly. I remember looking out the window at the trees when Jen suddenly gasped beside me. The car ahead of us made a sharp right turn. No blinker, no brake lights. It just veered right and disappeared. Mark slowed our car as we approached the spot where the other vehicle had turned. My first thought was that they must have turned onto a hidden driveway or a dirt road we hadn't noticed before. But as we reached the exact location, all 4 of us fell completely silent. There was nothing there, no road, no driveway, no break in the trees, just solid, dense forest, thick, old-growth trees that had clearly been standing for decades. The silence in our car was deafening. I felt this cold sensation wash over me, starting at the top of my head and running down to my toes. I've had weird experiences before. Growing up in these mountains, you hear all sorts of strange things. But this was different. This was happening right in front of us, with 3 other witnesses. "Did you see that? Did you see that car disappear?" Mark and Robert said almost simultaneously, their voices tight with confusion. "Where did it go?" Jen whispered, leaning forward between the front seats to get a better look out the windshield. Mark stopped the car completely, right in the middle of the road. There wasn't any traffic to worry about anyway. He put it in reverse and backed up slowly, both him and Robert scanning the tree line with intense focus. "There's no way a car could have turned in there," Mark said, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Those trees are packed too tight together." I unbuckled my seatbelt and rolled down my window, thinking maybe there was a hidden entrance we just couldn't see from our angle. The cold October air rushed in, raising goosebumps on my arms. All I could hear was the sound of our engine idling and the insects in the forest. No sound of another car's engine, no cracking of branches, nothing to indicate another vehicle had just plowed through the underbrush. Maybe we just lost sight of it, I suggested, even though I knew that wasn't possible. The road was straight at this point. If they'd continued on, we would have seen their taillights disappearing into the distance. All four of us saw it turn right here, Robert said firmly. He's always been the skeptical one in our group, the one who looks for logical explanations. The fact that he seemed so disturbed only made it more unsettling. "Should we get out and look?" Jen asked hesitantly. I'll admit I didn't want to. Something about the darkness between those trees suddenly felt oppressive, unwelcoming. But Mark was already putting the car in park and reaching for the flashlight he keeps in the glove compartment. "I'll go," he said, his voice tight. "Just a quick look." I wanted to tell him not to, but I couldn't find my voice. Mark stepped out of the car, and Robert reluctantly followed. I watched through the window as they approached the edge of the road, their flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. They weren't gone long, maybe 2 minutes at most, before they came hurrying back to the car. Mark's face was pale when he got back behind the wheel. "There's nothing there," he said, turning to look at me and Jen in the back seat. "No tire tracks, no broken branches, nothing. It's just solid forest." "That's impossible," Jen said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I know what I saw," Robert insisted, buckling his seatbelt with shaking hands. "We all saw it. That car turned right here." Mark started driving again, but much slower than before. The mood in the car had completely shifted. No more joking, no more casual conversation. We were all too busy trying to process what we'd just witnessed. "Maybe it was just headlights from another road that looked like they were on our road," I suggested weakly, though I knew that wasn't it. The geography of these mountains doesn't work that way. There weren't any parallel roads that could have created that illusion. "We all saw a car," Mark said firmly. "4 pairs of eyes can't be wrong at the same time." "Could it have been, you know?" Jen hesitated. "Like a ghost car or something?" Under normal circumstances, Robert would have laughed at such a suggestion, but he just stared straight ahead through the windshield, his jaw tight. "I don't believe in that stuff," he said finally, "but I can't explain what we just saw." For the next several miles, we all kept looking ahead, half expecting to see those taillights appear again. But the road remained empty, just our headlights illuminating the yellow center line and the wall of trees on either side. Then Robert suddenly straightened in his seat. "Wait a minute. What did that car look like to you guys?" We all started describing what we'd seen. That's when things got even weirder. Mark and I thought it had been a dark sedan, maybe black or dark blue. Jen was certain it was a red pickup truck. Robert swore it had been an old-fashioned car, like from the 70s or 80s. "How could we all see something different?" Jen asked, her voice cracking slightly. None of us had an answer for that. The rest of the drive home was painfully quiet. We were all lost in our thoughts, trying to rationalize what we'd seen. When we finally reached our driveway, I don't think I've ever been so relieved to see our porch light. Jen and Robert declined our offer to come in for a nightcap. I think we all just wanted to get home and try to forget about it. But before they left, Robert stopped and turned to us. "Let's not talk about this with anyone else," he said quietly. "They'll think we're crazy." We all agreed, and they drove off into the night. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the incident in my mind, trying to find some logical explanation. Mark was restless too, tossing and turning beside me. "You awake?" he whispered around 3 in the morning. "Yeah," I admitted. "I can't stop thinking about it," he said. "I've driven that road my entire life. There's nothing there, Sarah. No road, no path, nothing a car could turn onto." "I know," I said, staring at the ceiling. "I keep telling myself we were all just tired, or that the shadows played tricks on us. But that doesn't explain how all 4 of us saw the same thing." The next day, Mark and I drove back to that spot in broad daylight. I'm not sure what we expected to find, but we had to. Look, the forest was exactly as it had appeared in our flashlight beams, dense, impenetrable, with no break in the trees or anything resembling a road or path. We even got out and walked along the edge of the forest for about half a mile in each direction. Nothing, not even a game trail that a deer might use, let alone anything wide enough for a vehicle. In the weeks that followed, I did some research on local legends. West Virginia has no shortage of ghost stories and paranormal tales, but I couldn't find anything specific about a phantom car on that particular stretch of road. Jen, Robert, Mark and I have talked about it a few times since then, always in hushed tones when no one else is around. None of us have come up with a satisfactory explanation. The fact that we all saw a different type of vehicle makes it even more baffling. It's been 6 months now, and I still get chills every time we have to drive that road after dark. I find myself holding my breath as we approach that spot, half afraid and half hoping we'll see those taillights again. Sometimes I wonder if whatever we saw that night was even meant for us to see. Like maybe we glimpsed something passing between worlds, a moment when whatever separates our reality from something else, briefly thinned. All I know for certain is that 4 rational adults witnessed something impossible on a dark West Virginia road, and to this day, none of us can explain it. I've never been a superstitious person, but that night changed something in me. Now, whenever I drive those country roads after dark, I can't help but watch for taillights ahead of me and wonder where they might suddenly turn. Story 3. I'm still having nightmares about that house in Gary. It's been years, but some nights I wake up in a cold sweat thinking I'm back there. I never believed in the supernatural before moving in, but what happened to my family and me changed everything. It started small. We moved into that single-story house on Carolina Street in the winter. Me, my 3 kids, and my mom Rosa. It wasn't much, but it was what we could afford, and I was just happy to provide a stable home for my children. The first week was fine, just the usual moving stress, but then things got different. The first incident I clearly remember was about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was doing dishes while the kids were playing in the living room. The water was running, and I heard this buzzing sound like flies. But it was January in Indiana. There shouldn't have been any insects. I turned around and saw this massive black fly on the kitchen window. Not normal-sized, but huge, like something you'd see in a tropical country. Then another appeared, and another. Within seconds, there were dozens swarming around the kitchen window. My mum came in and just froze, staring at them. The kids started screaming from the living room, and when I ran in, the same thing was happening at every window in the house. We stayed at a motel that night. I told myself it was just some weird seasonal thing. Maybe they were hibernating in the walls and the heating system woke them up, but deep down I knew better. Flies don't hibernate in walls, especially not in winter. When we returned the next day, they were gone. Not a single dead fly anywhere. That should have been our first warning to leave, but where would we go? I was a single mom with limited income. I couldn't just pack up and find another place. The footsteps started next, always at night, always from the basement. At first I thought it was the house settling or pipes knocking, but the pattern was too regular, like someone walking slowly up the basement stairs, stopping at the door. Sometimes they'd stop for just a few minutes. Other nights, it sounded like someone was standing at that door for hours. My mom said we should put a crucifix on every door. I'm not particularly religious, but I was desperate enough to try anything. The night after we hung them, my son Amante woke up screaming. When I got to his room, he was sitting up in bed, pointing at the corner. "The shadow man is angry about the crosses," he said. "He says they burn him." I didn't see anything, but the room was freezing cold. My breath came out in clouds, even though the heating was on full blast. I grabbed Amante and took him to sleep in my bed. When we returned to his room in the morning, The crucifix above his door was on the floor, snapped in half. Things escalated from there. My daughter started having conversations with someone we couldn't see. When I asked who she was talking to, she'd just say, "The little girl who died here." My youngest began having these fits where he'd arch his back unnaturally and speak in a voice that didn't sound like him at all. Deeper, angrier. Once, he called me by my full name, including my middle name that I never use and had never told the kids. I tried talking to our pastor, but he just suggested counseling. I knew this wasn't a mental health issue. Something was in our house. The breaking point came when my kids started getting hurt. They'd wake up with scratches, 3 parallel lines like claw marks. My oldest was thrown across the room right in front of me. And no, I'm not speaking metaphorically. I literally saw him lifted off the ground and thrown against the wall with no one touching him. That's when I called the police. They thought I was abusing my children. Child Protective Services got involved. A case manager named Valerie Washington came with a police officer. Lieutenant Gruska, I think his name was. They were skeptical, obviously. I would have been too if I hadn't lived through it. The day they came to investigate was 8 days after an incident at the hospital. Amante had been having these episodes where he'd go into a trance, eyes rolled back, making these horrible growling sounds. The hospital staff thought it was some kind of seizure, but the medications did nothing. Washington was there that day too, in the waiting room with us while doctors ran tests. Amante suddenly went rigid. His eyes rolled back until only the whites showed, and that deep, unnatural growl started coming from him. The case manager looked horrified, but my mom just calmly walked over to him. She'd seen this before. "You are not you," she said to whatever was inside my son. "Leave this child alone." What happened next? I know how it sounds, but I swear on everything I love that it's true. Amante walked backward until he hit the wall. Then, while my mum held his hand, he walked up the wall. Not climbed, walked, like gravity had just shifted for him. He walked right up the wall, across the ceiling, flipped over my mum, and landed on his feet. The psychologist who was there dropped her clipboard. Washington looked like she was about to faint. That's what convinced them to take us seriously. When they came to investigate the house 8 days later, they were much more open to what we'd been saying. The basement was the worst part of the house. None of us would go down there alone. We kept the door locked with a deadbolt. When we showed the officers, they found this weird altar set up, burnt candles arranged in a circle, and a nativity scene that didn't belong to us. We never put that there. Under the stairs, the concrete floor had been broken apart, like someone had dug through it. The officers took pictures of everything. Later, when they developed them, this was before everything was digital, they found images that chilled me to the bone. In one photo, there was this white cloud with what clearly looked like a man's face in it. Another showed a green mist with a woman's face. But the scariest part? None of us saw anything unusual while we were down there. Whatever showed up in those photos was invisible to us at the time. They also made audio recordings. When they played them back, there was this deep voice saying, "Hey," that none of us had heard during the recording. After that initial investigation, a Catholic priest named Father Maginot came to see us. He's the one who first used the word possession to describe what was happening to my children. While he was there, the lights kept flickering. The window blinds started dripping this clear liquid that appeared out of nowhere. The cord controls on the blinds swung back and forth by themselves, like someone was playing with them. Father Maginot found a huge footprint in the dust that wasn't from any of us. Too big to be the kids, and not the right shape to be mine or my mum's. It appeared while we were all standing there, watching a different part of the room. During the second investigation, things got even weirder. There was this oily substance on the basement stairs that hadn't been there before. No one could figure out where it came from. One of the case managers touched a cabinet near those stairs and immediately started screaming in pain. Her hand turned completely white, like all the blood had drained from it. The final straw was when they started digging under the basement stairs. They found personal items from our family buried there, hair from my hairbrush, my daughter's missing sock, a toy that belonged to my youngest. Things that should not have been buried in concrete under the stairs. Things that had disappeared from around the house over the weeks we'd lived there. We left that night and never went back except to get our essential belongings. And even then, we went with police escorts. CPS temporarily took my children, thinking I might be mentally ill and harming them. It took months of evaluations and court appearances to get them back. I later found out that the house was purchased by some TV ghost hunter named Zach Baggins. He made a documentary about it before tearing it down in 2016. I've never watched it. I don't need to. I lived it. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that house. The doctors couldn't explain how my 7-year-old son walked up a wall and across a ceiling. The police couldn't explain the faces in their photographs or the voice on their recordings. No one could explain the buried objects or the oily substance or the flies that disappeared without a trace. All I know is that evil is real, and it found its way into our lives through that house in Gary. Sometimes I still hear those footsteps in my dreams, coming up the stairs, stopping at the door, waiting, always waiting. The children still have nightmares. My mom started going to church every day after we left. And me? I'm just trying to forget. But some things can't be unseen. Some experiences mark you forever. I don't know if demons are real. I don't know if my children were possessed. All I know is what I saw with my own eyes, and I'll never be the same. Story 4. I'm still not sure if I should even be sharing this. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but I can't get it out of my head. Maybe writing it down will help. This happened just last month, and I haven't slept properly since. I live alone in a small 2-bedroom house in northeastern Alabama, in one of those towns where everyone knows everyone. It's the kind of place where people leave their doors unlocked, and the biggest news is usually when someone's cow gets loose. My house sits on about an acre of land with some woods behind it. My closest neighbor is about a quarter-mile down the road. That night started like any other. I got home from my shift at the hospital around 11. I'm a nurse. Fed my 2 cats, Milo and Bean, and settled into bed to watch some Netflix. I must have dozed off around midnight with my earbuds in. I woke up suddenly at 12:40 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me, but then I heard it, a baby crying. It sounded like it was coming from right outside my bedroom window. My first thought was that it was one of my cats making weird noises. They do that sometimes, especially Bean, who has this weird yowl that can sound almost human when he's hungry. So I pulled my earbuds out to listen better, and that's when I realized my cats were both in the room with me. They were sitting perfectly still on the windowsill, ears perked forward, staring intensely out the window. The crying continued. It was loud and clear, like whatever was making the sound was literally right outside my window, and it sounded exactly like a human baby, that distinctive wail that cuts right through you. But something about it felt wrong. It's hard to explain. The pitch was slightly off, or maybe too perfect. It didn't have the natural variation you'd expect from a real baby's cry. It was too consistent, too measured. I immediately felt sick to my stomach, like actually physically ill with fear. It wasn't just the unexplained crying, it was the way my cats were behaving. They weren't scared or agitated. They were completely focused, like they were watching something specific. And the way they were so still, it just wasn't natural. I grabbed my phone to call my friend Rachel, who lives about 15 minutes away. We often check in on each other when something feels off. It's our safety system living out here where help isn't exactly around the corner. But when I looked at my phone, I had no service. Not low service, absolutely 0 bars. Even my Wi-Fi, which never drops, showed disconnected. The crying continued, getting louder. I tried to convince myself it was some kind of animal, maybe a fox. They can make some pretty human-like sounds. But I've lived in rural areas my whole life, and I know what foxes sound like. This wasn't it. I got out of bed and moved closer to the window, but I couldn't bring myself to look outside. My bedroom is on the second floor, with the window about 6 feet up from the ground. There's nothing beneath it to climb on. No porch, roof, no trellis, nothing. Just flat ground with some bushes. So whatever was making that noise would have to be either really tall or, I don't know, floating. The thought made my skin crawl. The crying continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 5 minutes. It had this rhythm to it. It would build up to an almost screaming pitch, then taper off into these little hiccuping sobs, then build again, over and over. I kept trying to reset my phone, turning airplane mode on and off, restarting it, anything to get service back. Finally, I did a hard reset, and suddenly I had full bars again. Immediately I called Rachel. She picked up on the third ring, groggy with sleep. "Laura, what's wrong? It's almost 1 in the morning." The second, and I mean the exact second, she answered, the crying stopped. Just cut off mid-wail, like someone had hit a mute button. The silence that followed was almost worse than the crying. There was a baby crying outside my window," I told her, my voice shaking. "It just stopped when you answered." "A baby?" Rachel sounded more awake now. "That doesn't make any sense. Are you sure it wasn't an animal?" "I'm sure," I said. "It was a baby, or something that sounded exactly like one." My cats had finally moved from their frozen positions and were now pacing nervously along the windowsill, tails twitching. "I'm coming over," Rachel said, and I could hear her already getting out of bed. "No," I said quickly. "No, don't. It stopped. I needed to hear another human voice. I'm okay now." I wasn't okay, not by a long shot, but the thought of Rachel driving over alone in the dark suddenly seemed worse than staying by myself. We talked for another 20 minutes, with Rachel trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was someone's car alarm. It wasn't. Or a prank. Who would do that in our tiny town? Or even a real baby that someone had briefly brought outside to calm down. At almost 1 in the morning, directly under my window, with no car sounds or footsteps. None of it made sense. In our town, there's virtually no crime. Everyone knows everyone's business. If someone had been walking around with a crying baby in the middle of the night, someone would have noticed and mentioned it the next day. And we don't have stray animals. If a cat or dog shows up, everyone knows within hours whose it is, or immediately takes it in. After I hung up with Rachel, I spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, sitting in my living room with a kitchen knife beside me. I know how that sounds, but I was terrified. The cats stayed with me, jumpy and alert, until dawn finally came. The next day, I went outside to look around my house. There were no footprints beneath my window, no disturbed bushes, nothing to indicate anyone or anything had been there. I even checked the ground for anything that could have made that sound, some kind of device or toy, but found nothing. I asked my nearest neighbors if they'd heard anything strange the night before, casually bringing it up when I saw them getting their mail. They hadn't heard a thing, and there were no reports of anyone with a baby walking around in the middle of the night. Over the next few days, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I'd been dreaming and only thought I was awake. But that doesn't explain why both my cats were acting so strange, or why my phone lost service at exactly that time. I've never had service issues at my house before. I get full bars everywhere. I've always been a rational person. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters or anything supernatural, but what happened that night has shaken me to my core. I keep thinking about old folklore, stories about creatures that mimic human sounds to lure people outside or into the woods. In some cultures, they believe that certain spirits or entities can imitate the cries of babies to draw people out of the safety of their homes. The thing that really bothers me is the timing. how the crying stopped the exact moment Rachel answered my call. It's like whatever was out there knew I had made contact with another person and decided to stop. I've installed security cameras around my house now, and I sleep with my bedroom door locked and a chair propped under the doorknob. I know that sounds extreme, but you didn't hear what I heard. You didn't see how my cats were staring out that window like they could see something I couldn't. It's been a month, and I haven't heard the crying again, but sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I think I catch the faintest echo of it, right at the edge of hearing, and my cats will suddenly sit up and stare at the window, and my stomach will twist with that same sick dread. I don't know what was outside my window that night. I don't know if it was something natural with a simple explanation that I just haven't figured out yet, or if it was something else. But I know what I heard, and I know what I felt. And I know that something about that crying was deeply, fundamentally wrong. The most terrifying part? I live in a small town where I know everyone, and there are no families with babies anywhere near my house. Story 5. I still don't know what to make of what happened that summer. I was 12, and my twin brother Dalton and I were bored out of our minds in Eastwick. It's one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone's business, and there's literally nothing for kids to do except ride bikes and play video games. We'd been watching those ghost hunting shows for weeks, you know, the ones where grown men freak out over every little sound and call it evidence. We thought it was hilarious, but also kind of intriguing. So we downloaded this ghost radar app on my old iPod Touch. It was probably total bullshit, but we were 12 and didn't know any better. We started investigating every room in my house, which was this creaky Victorian-era place my parents bought because it was cheap. We'd walk around with the iPod, asking questions into the empty air like, "Is anyone here with us?" and waiting for the app to light up or make noise. After we got bored with that, we took our investigations to the playground, which was predictably lame. We didn't find anything weird there, just some little kids who looked at us like we were insane, walking around with an iPod talking to ourselves. Then we decided to try the woods behind the park. There was this trail that led down to the river, and right at the entrance were these massive piles of rocks left by construction crews. I'm talking huge. Some of them were maybe 30 or 40 feet high. We called them the Rock Mountains, and they became our fortress. We'd climb to the top and sit there for hours, playing with the ghost app and generally being stupid kids. Nothing weird ever really happened. Sometimes the app would beep or show a dot moving across the screen, but it was always when a bird flew by or the wind picked up. We knew it wasn't real, but it was something to do, you know. Then came that day in July. It was around noon, blazing hot, and we were sitting on top of our favorite rock pile. I remember I was wearing this red t-shirt that was already soaked with sweat, and Dalton had on his stupid baseball cap that he refused to wash. We had snuck some sodas from my house and brought along this aluminum baseball bat that Dalton carried everywhere that summer. Dalton was messing around, trying to balance the bat upright on this round rock. After a few tries, he actually got it to stand, which seemed impossible because the rock wasn't flat at all. "Look at that," he said, pulling his hand away slowly. The bat was just standing there on its end, perfectly balanced on this round rock. I didn't believe it was actually balanced. "That's fake," I said, and reached out to knock it over. And that's when the first weird thing happened. When I pushed the bat, it moved like it tilted a few inches, but then it just came back to its original position, like something was holding it there. I pushed it again, harder this time, and the same thing happened. It moved and then returned to standing straight up. "What the hell?" I remember saying. Dalton's eyes were wide. We both grabbed the bat at the same time, and it was ice cold, like freezing cold, as if it had been sitting in a freezer, not out in the July heat. My fingers actually stuck to it a little, that's how cold it was. When we let go, the bat stayed standing, defying all logic. We stared at it for maybe a minute before I gave it one more push. This time it fell over normally, clattering against the rocks. We looked at each other, and I could tell Dalton was thinking the same thing I was. This was real. This wasn't the stupid app making random noises. Something had actually happened. "Do you think it was a ghost?" Dalton whispered. I didn't answer, but I nodded. My heart was racing. Dalton picked up a small pebble and held it in his palm, flat. "If there's any spirits here," he said, his voice shaking a little, "can you move this rock?" Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, without any warning, the pebble jumped, like literally hopped up from his hand and landed about 5 feet away from us on the rocks. I'm not making this up. I saw it with my own eyes. The pebble didn't roll or slide. It hopped, like something had flicked it from underneath. My mouth went dry. "Holy shit," I whispered. I had to try it too. I picked up another small pebble and held it in my palm, just like Dalton had. "Can you do that again?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The pebble shot out of my hand like someone had hit it with a finger. It flew a good 8 feet before landing somewhere in the rocks below us. We started laughing, not because it was funny, but because we were freaking out and didn't know how else to react. It was that nervous kind of laughter that comes when you're scared, but also excited. "Ask it more questions," Dalton said. "Are you from around here?" I asked, feeling stupid, but also genuinely curious. That's when things started to get more intense. We heard a sound like a pebble hitting rock, then another, then several more. It was like someone was throwing tiny rocks at us, but we couldn't see where they were coming from. They weren't hitting us directly, just landing near us on the rock pile. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood up. It wasn't cold, it was still blazing hot, but I felt this weird electric feeling in the air, like right before a thunderstorm. "I think I see something," Dalton said suddenly, pointing toward the trees about 20 yards away. I squinted in that direction. At first, I didn't see anything, just trees and shadows. But then I caught movement, a dark shape that seemed to pass between 2 trees. It was there and then gone so fast I couldn't be sure what I'd seen. "Did you see that?" Dalton's voice had dropped to a whisper. I nodded. "Let's ask it to show itself." In retrospect, that was probably a stupid thing to do, but we were 12 and thought we were ghost hunters or something. "Can you show yourself to us?" I called out. Nothing happened for maybe 30 seconds. We were both scanning the trees, looking for any movement. Then Dalton grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Look," he said, pointing. About 10 feet away from us, on the ground below our rock pile, was a fallen tree branch. It was about 4 feet long and pretty thick. As we watched, the branch started to move. Not like it was being blown by the wind. There was no wind that day. It moved like someone was picking it up from one end. Slowly, the branch lifted off the ground until it was floating about 3 feet in the air. It just hung there for a second, suspended by nothing we could see. Then it flew at us. I'm not exaggerating. This branch launched itself toward us like someone had thrown it with all their strength. We both ducked, and the branch sailed over our heads and crashed into the rocks behind us. That's when we decided it was time to go home. We scrambled down the rock pile so fast, I'm surprised we didn't break our necks. We didn't say a word to each other the whole way back, just kept looking over our shoulders like we expected to see something following us. When we got back to my house, we were both shaking. My mom asked if we were okay, and we just nodded and said we were tired from the heat. We went up to my room and finally started talking about what had happened. "That was real," Dalton kept saying. "That was real, right?" I nodded. "I think so, unless we both hallucinated the exact same thing." "We should try again," he said, "but here, where it's safe." I wasn't sure about that, but curiosity won out. I grabbed a water bottle from my desk and placed it in the middle of my dining table. "If there's any spirits here," I said, feeling a bit ridiculous doing this in my house, "can you move this bottle?" Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then the bottle skidded across the table like someone had smacked it. It flew off the edge and hit the floor with a loud crack. Dalton and I just stared at each other. This wasn't some weird rock balance on an uneven surface. This was in my house, on a flat table. There was no explanation for what we'd just seen. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what had happened at the rocks and then in my dining room. I left my bedroom light on, something I hadn't done since I was 8. Around 2 in the morning I was still awake, just staring at the ceiling. That's when I saw it, a black shadow walking past my bedroom doorway. It wasn't like a normal shadow cast by something passing by the hall light. This was a solid black figure, shaped like a person but with no features I could make out. It walked across my doorway and then vanished. I've never been so terrified in my life. I ran downstairs crying, which woke up my dad. He came into the living room where I was huddled on the couch, refusing to go back upstairs. "What's wrong?" he asked, and I told him everything about the ghost hunting, the rocks, the bat, the branch, and the shadow I'd just seen. I expected him to tell me it was just my imagination, that I'd been watching too many ghost shows. My dad was always the skeptical one, the one who had a logical explanation for everything. But he didn't say any of that. Instead, he got this serious look on his face and said, "You'd better stop messing with that shit because I don't want you bringing anything into my house. Something probably followed you home." That scared me more than anything else. If my dad believed it, then it had to be real. The next day, Dalton and I swore we'd never go back to the rocks or do any more ghost hunting. We were too freaked out. Years later, I learned that the area where we had been playing was built on an ancient Native American burial ground. The river nearby had a history of drownings, and several people had died there over the years. When I found that out, everything that happened made a twisted kind of sense. I still think about that day sometimes. What was it that balanced that bat? What threw that branch at us? What walked past my bedroom door that night? I don't know if I'll ever have answers. I've never told many people this story because it sounds crazy, but I know what I saw, what we both saw. And sometimes I wonder if what we call ghosts or spirits are just aspects of reality that most people never notice. Maybe what people throughout history called magic is actually real, just not in the way we think. All I know for sure is that I never went back to those rock piles, and I've never downloaded another ghost radar app. Some doors once opened are better left closed. Story 6. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. But there's something in my childhood home that I can't explain, even 30 years later. I guess I should start from the beginning. I grew up in a tiny mining town in Wyoming called Whisper Ridge. The kind of place where everybody knew each other, and if you blinked while driving through, you'd miss it entirely. My dad moved us there in the late 80s when I was about 7. It was just him and me in this old 70s mobile home set on a couple acres of land. The trailer wasn't much to look at, all faded aluminum siding and creaky floors. But it was home. My dad worked long shifts at the coal mine, which meant I spent a lot of time by myself. I wasn't lonely, though. I had my books, and more importantly, I had my cats. Not inside cats. Dad was allergic and strictly against them being in the house. But a whole colony of strays I'd accumulated in our yard. It started with one pregnant tabby that wandered onto our property. I secretly fed her scraps from dinner, and before long she had kittens. Then more strays showed up. Dad eventually gave in when he saw how happy they made me, but he was firm about them staying outside. We built little shelters for them under the porch and in the tool shed. By the time I was 8, I was known as the cat girl of Whisper Ridge. The local vet even started a program where I'd help trap the strays so they could be fixed and returned. I knew every cat in my little colony by name, personality, and marking. That's important to understand for what comes next. It was a Friday night in October, probably 88 or 89. Dad had his friend Mike over to watch a football game. I was tucked in bed with my flashlight and a babysitter's club book, secretly reading past my bedtime. The trailer was quiet except for the muffled sounds of the TV and my dad and Mike occasionally cheering. That's when I first saw it. From the corner of my eye, I caught movement in the hallway outside my Partially open door. A cat, solid black and moving with purpose, trotted past my room toward the living room. Its tail was held high and confident, like it owned the place. I froze. We didn't have any black cats in our colony, and more importantly, there weren't supposed to be any cats inside the house. Dad would have a fit. I scrambled out of bed and into the hallway, worried about getting in trouble if Dad found a cat inside. But the hallway was empty. I checked the bathroom, the only room between mine and the living room. Nothing. "Dad?" I called out, padding barefoot into the living room. "Did you let a cat in?" Dad looked up from the TV, confused. "What? No? Why would I do that?" "I just saw a black cat walk past my room," Mike laughed. "Bad luck, kiddo." Dad sighed and got up. "There's no cat in here, Lily. You were probably just seeing things in the dark." But I was so certain. It was all black, and it was walking like it knew where it was going. Dad humored me. He and Mike helped search the entire trailer, under furniture, in cabinets, everywhere a cat could hide. After an hour, we found nothing. No cat, no fur, no scratches on the furniture, nothing. "Probably just shadows from the TV," Dad suggested, tucking me back into bed. "Your imagination runs wild when you're tired." I tried to believe him, but I knew what I saw. Still, I eventually fell asleep. About 3 weeks later, it happened again. I was brushing my teeth before school when I glimpsed it in the mirror. The same black cat, trotting from the living room down the hall toward my bedroom. I spun around, toothbrush still in my mouth, but again, there was nothing there. This pattern continued every few weeks. I'd catch glimpses of the black cat, always moving quickly, tail held high, either coming from or going toward the living room. Never meowing, never stopping, just passing through. I stopped telling Dad after the third time. I could tell he was getting worried about me seeing things, and I didn't want him to think I was making it up for attention, but I wasn't. That cat was as real to me as anything else in that house. The strangest part was that it never acted like a normal cat. It never stopped to investigate anything, never meowed, never rubbed against furniture. It just walked, like it was on its way somewhere important, and our home was merely a passageway. As I got older, the sightings became less frequent, but they never completely stopped. By my teenage years, I'd see the black cat maybe once every couple of months. I started to wonder if maybe I really was imagining it. After all, nobody else had ever seen it. When I was 18, I moved away for college and then settled in Colorado. The mobile home became a distant memory, though Dad continued living there until he passed away in 2013. I inherited the property, but couldn't bring myself to sell it right away. It sat empty for almost 4 years while I figured out what to do with it. In the summer of 2017, I finally decided to renovate the place. My ex-partner Jamie came with me to assess what needed to be done. The mobile home had deteriorated badly. The roof leaked, the floors sagged, and there was a definite musty smell throughout. We were standing in the bathroom discussing whether to tear everything out or try to salvage the original fixtures when it happened. "What about this tub? It's old, but..." Jamie stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening as he stared over my shoulder into the hallway. I turned just in time to see it. The black cat, trotting past the doorway with its tail held high, heading toward the living room. My heart nearly stopped. "You saw that?" Jamie nodded slowly. "Yeah. Was that your cat?" I couldn't speak for a moment. For 30 years, I'd been the only one to see this cat. I'd half convinced myself it was all in my head, some weird recurring hallucination, but Jamie saw it too. That's not my cat," I finally managed. "That's the ghost cat, the one I've been seeing since I was a kid. We searched the entire trailer, just like Dad and Mike had done all those years ago, and just like before, we found nothing, no cat. No way a real cat could have gotten in or out without us noticing. Jamie wasn't a believer in the paranormal, but even he couldn't explain what he'd seen. It looked so normal, just a regular black cat. If you hadn't reacted like that, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. That was exactly it. The cat never did anything ghostly or supernatural. It never walked through walls or disappeared before my eyes. It just existed, following the same path through our home again and again over decades. We finished the inspection in silence, both unsettled by what we'd seen. The renovation estimates were astronomical. It would cost more to fix the place than to build new. The logical decision was to demolish it. But I couldn't. The thought of tearing down that mobile home filled me with an inexplicable dread. What would happen to the cat? Would it move on, or would it be trapped somehow? Would it be lonely? I know how ridiculous that sounds, being concerned about the loneliness of a ghost cat. But after sharing space with it for most of my life, I felt responsible for it somehow. So I compromised. I'm converting the mobile home into a greenhouse. The structure will remain, but with new windows and a reinforced frame. The inside will be gutted, but the layout will stay the same. The hallway where I always saw the cat will remain a walkway between plant beds. The work starts next month. In the meantime, I've been staying in the trailer for a few days at a time, bringing it back to life bit by bit. I've seen the cat twice more, always moving along its familiar route. I still don't know what it is or why it's here. Was it a real cat that once lived in this home before us? Is it some kind of echo or imprint left behind? Or is it something else entirely, using the form of a cat to move through our world? All I know is that it's been a constant presence in my life, and somehow keeping its home intact feels like the right thing to do. Maybe someday I'll understand why this spectral cat has been walking through my life all these years. Or maybe some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. The strangest part? Since Jamie saw it too, I've stopped being afraid. Now when I catch a glimpse of that black cat with its confidently raised tail, I just nod and whisper, "Hello again." It never acknowledges me, never breaks its purposeful stride. But somehow, I feel like it knows I'm keeping its path clear, allowing it to continue whatever journey it's been on since before I was born. And maybe that's enough. Story 7. I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal, but what happened that night in 1997 still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. I was 16 at the time, just a normal teenager living in this old semi-detached house in Millfield with my parents. The house itself wasn't anything special. Typical British construction from the 60s, thin walls, drafty windows, the works. But it was home. Our next-door neighbor was this older guy named Jack. Must have been in his late 60s when I was growing up. He was a railway worker, kept to himself most of the time. I remember as a kid being a bit scared of him. He had this weathered face, always looked serious, and rarely smiled. My mom used to tell me to leave him be, that some people just prefer their privacy. For the first few years we lived there, Jack barely acknowledged us beyond a curt nod if we happened to cross paths. No good mornings or small talk about the weather, nothing. Just this wall of silence between our houses, despite sharing a wall. That all changed one autumn evening when my dad decided to have a bonfire in the back garden to burn some old furniture. Dad, being the friendly type, spotted Jack peering over the fence and invited him over for a beer. To everyone's surprise, Jack accepted. That night was the first time I saw Jack as a person rather than the grumpy neighbor. He actually smiled, laughed at my dad's terrible jokes, and seemed genuinely happy to have company. After a few beers, he opened up about living alone since his wife died 15 years earlier. No kids, no family nearby, just him and his hobbies. And man, his hobbies were something else. Jack had converted his shed into this incredible workshop where he built miniature steam engines and mechanical contraptions. The day after the bonfire, he invited us over to see it. I was completely blown away. The workshop was like stepping into another century, tools hanging from every wall, the smell of oil and metal, and this massive coal-fired boiler that powered everything. He'd built it all himself, piece by piece. After that, Jack became almost like a grandpa to me. I'd go over after school sometimes, and he'd show me how the different machines worked. He'd let me help polish the brass components or add coal to the boiler. The heat from that thing was intense. You could feel it hit your face the moment you walked in, and the constant hissing and occasional clank of metal had this rhythm to it that was oddly comforting. For about 3 years, this was our routine. Jack would come over for Sunday lunch sometimes, or I'd pop round to his place when I was bored. My parents were happy I'd found someone who could teach me practical skills, and I think Jack was just grateful for the company. Then came that awful night in 1994. There was this massive thunderstorm, one of those summer ones where the lightning is practically constant and the thunder shakes the foundations of your house. I remember lying in bed, counting the seconds between flashes and booms, unable to sleep because of the noise. What I didn't know then was that Jack was having a heart attack. We found out later, from the paramedics, that he'd tried to get help. He'd banged on our shared wall, probably right next to where I was lying, but the storm was so loud that none of us heard him. He'd managed to get outside, collapsing on the pavement between our houses. A passing driver spotted him and called an ambulance, but it was too late. I felt guilty for years afterward. The idea that he was calling for help, that he was literally feet away from me trying to make himself heard while I was obliviously counting lightning strikes. It haunted me. My parents tried to convince me there was nothing I could have done, that the storm was just too loud, but it didn't help much. Jack's house stood empty for a while after that. His distant nephew came to clear out his belongings, including dismantling the workshop. I remember watching from my bedroom window as they loaded all those beautiful machines onto a truck. The nephew gave me a small brass whistle Jack had made, said his uncle had mentioned me often. I still have it somewhere. About 3 years later, when I was 16, a young couple moved in next door, Mark and Sarah, with their baby daughter Emma. They were nice enough, renovated the place completely. Nothing remained of Jack's old setup. The shed was converted into a home office, the garden landscaped with a patio and flower beds. One Friday night in the summer of 1997, I was babysitting for them while they went out to dinner. It was an easy gig. Emma was only 6 months old and usually slept through the evening. Their house layout was a mirror image of ours, so I knew my way around. After putting Emma down around 7, I settled in the living room to watch MTV with the volume low so I wouldn't wake her. The windows were open because it was warm, and I could hear the distant sounds of traffic and neighbors chatting in gardens. Normal, everyday stuff. It must have been around 9:30 when it happened. I was half watching some music video, slouched on their sofa when I heard it. A tapping sound. Not random knocking, but deliberate notes, like someone playing a simple tune by tapping their fingers on wood. At first, I thought it was coming from outside, maybe someone at the door, but it was clearly inside the room with me. I sat up straight, suddenly alert, and realized the sound was coming from a small wooden side table next to the armchair, the one that sat against the shared wall between the houses. The tapping wasn't aggressive or loud. It was gentle, almost thoughtful. 5 or 6 notes in sequence, repeated twice. Then a pause, then the same sequence again. The table itself wasn't moving, just the sound emanating from it. Mark and Sarah's cat, I think his name was Oscar, had been curled up on the other end of the sofa. When the tapping started, he lifted his head and stared directly at the table, ears perked forward. That's when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The cat could hear it too. This wasn't my imagination. I sat completely still, barely breathing, watching the table and listening to the musical tapping. It continued for about 15 seconds total, then stopped as suddenly as it had started. The silence afterward felt heavier somehow, like the air had thickened. I wasn't exactly terrified, more like suspended in this state of hyper-awareness where every sense was on high alert. My heart was racing, and I felt this weird pressure in my chest, like right before you have to give a speech in front of the class. After a minute of nothing happening, I finally got the courage to move. I slowly walked over to the table and examined it. It was just an ordinary wooden side table, nothing special about it. I tapped my fingers on its surface, and yes, it made the same quality of sound I'd heard, that hollow wooden resonance. But I couldn't replicate the musical pattern. I immediately checked the baby monitor. Emma was still sound asleep. I went through the house methodically, checking that all doors and windows were locked. They were. I was completely alone in the house, apart from Emma and the cat. Returning to the living room, I turned off MTV and sat in silence, waiting to see if the sound would return. It didn't. The cat had gone back to sleep, seemingly untroubled by what had happened. When Mark and Sarah came home around 11, I considered telling them but decided against it. What would I say? That their table played music by itself? They'd just moved in. I didn't want to freak them out with weird ghost stories. Walking back to my house that night, I passed the spot where Jack had collapsed 3 years earlier. And that's when it hit me. The table was positioned against the exact same wall where Jack's workshop had been. The wall he had banged on during the storm, trying to get our attention. I didn't immediately jump to the conclusion that it was Jack's ghost or anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deliberate about those taps. They weren't random. They had rhythm, pattern, purpose, like Morse code or the mechanical rhythm of one of Jack's steam engines. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the house settling, or water in the pipes. Maybe the wood was expanding in the summer heat. But none of those explanations account for the musical pattern, or why it happened only once, or why the cat reacted the way it did. I never experienced anything like it again, despite living in that house for another 2 years before going to university. Mark and Sarah never mentioned any strange occurrences either, and I checked in with them occasionally. It's been over 25 years now, and I still think about that night sometimes. About Jack dying alone in the rain, trying to reach us. About those 15 seconds of inexplicable tapping that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Was it Jack, somehow finding a way to be heard after failing that stormy night? Was it his final attempt to connect, to make contact through the wall that separated us? Or was it simply an acoustic anomaly, a random occurrence that my guilt-ridden teenage mind assigned meaning to? I don't know. I'll never know. But whenever I hear a particular pattern of tapping, like someone drumming their fingers while thinking, I freeze for just a moment, waiting to see if it will form into that distinctive sequence I heard all those years ago. It never does, but part of me is still listening for it. Story 8. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened that summer at my half-brother's cottage. It's been 15 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was 12 years old when my mum sent me to stay with David, my half-brother, for 2 weeks in northern Alberta. He lived with his wife and their son Tyler, who was 13 at the time, in this beautiful lakeside property that had been in his wife's family for generations. The place was about 20 miles from the nearest town, surrounded by dense forest and sitting right on Lake Blackwater. I remember being excited because I'd barely spent any time with David before. He's 14 years older than me and had moved out before I could form many memories of him. Plus, I'd never been to that part of Canada, and the idea of spending time at a lake house sounded like an adventure. When we arrived, David told us the property was close to Blackfoot territory, and the whole area had a rich indigenous history. Tyler was into that kind of stuff, and kept talking about spirits and legends as we explored the property that first day. I thought he was just trying to spook me, being the city kid visiting the wilderness. The main house was this rustic 2-story log cabin with a big stone fireplace, but what caught my attention was the small guest cabin about 100 yards away, right by the lake's edge. It was just a single room with bunk beds, a small table, and a kerosene lamp. No electricity, no bathroom. You had to trek back to the main house for that. But Tyler and I immediately decided that's where we wanted to sleep. It felt like our own private fort. After some convincing, David and his wife agreed we could sleep there for one night as a special treat. They made us promise to come back to the house if we got scared or if anything happened. I remember David's wife seemed hesitant, but she didn't say why. She just made us take a flashlight and told us not to mess around with fire. The first part of the night was normal. We stayed up late talking, mostly Tyler telling me about all the crazy stuff that happened in these woods. He told me about wendigos and skinwalkers, creatures that could mimic human voices to lure you into the forest. I pretended to be unimpressed, but honestly, those stories made me nervous as the night got darker. We finally fell asleep around 11. The cabin had these small windows with no curtains, and moonlight streamed in, casting weird patterns on the floor. I took the bottom bunk, and Tyler was above me. I remember having trouble falling asleep because of the unfamiliar sounds. The lake water lapping against the shore, the wind in the trees, and occasional animal noises I couldn't identify. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. I didn't know what time it was because I didn't have a watch, but it felt like that dead time between 3 and 4 in the morning when the world feels completely still. The first thing I noticed was that something was different about the cabin. It was illuminated. Not bright like daylight, but there was this soft bluish glow filling the entire space. I sat up, confused. The kerosene lamp was off. The moonlight shouldn't have been this bright or this color. I looked around, trying to figure out the source of the light, when my eyes landed on the walls. The wooden walls of the cabin were covered in shadows, but not normal shadows. These were moving, animated, like shadow puppets but with no hands creating them. I saw rabbits hopping across the wall, their ears bobbing up and down. Small elk with delicate antlers pranced from one side of the cabin to the other. Birds with detailed feathers soared across the ceiling. I should have been terrified. I mean, this was not normal, but the weirdest part was that I felt calm, peaceful even. There was something about the shadows that felt familiar and comforting, like I was witnessing something ancient and meaningful. I watched for what felt like several minutes, completely mesmerized. The shadows moved with purpose, almost like they were telling a story I couldn't quite understand. Sometimes they'd pause, and I swear they were looking at me, acknowledging my presence. I finally decided to wake Tyler. I climbed up and shook his shoulder gently, whispering, "Tyler, wake up. You gotta see this." He groaned and rolled over, annoyed at being woken up. But when he opened his eyes and saw the illuminated cabin and the living shadows, his reaction was nothing like mine. His eyes went wide with fear, and he scrambled backward until his back hit the wall. "What the hell is that?" he hissed, his voice shaking. "I don't know," I whispered back, still weirdly calm. "They're just shadows, but they're moving. Isn't it cool?" Tyler looked at me like I was insane. "Cool? This is not cool, Nathan. This is freaky as shit." The shadows seemed to respond to his fear. They moved faster, more erratically. The rabbits multiplied, the birds swooped lower, and new shapes appeared. What looked like wolves or coyotes stalking along the baseboards. Tyler didn't wait to see more. He jumped down from the top bunk, nearly knocking me over, and bolted out the door without even grabbing his shoes. I heard him running back toward the main house, his feet pounding on the dirt path. I should have followed him. Any normal kid would have. But I didn't. Something kept me there, watching. The shadows calmed after. Tyler left, returning to their gentle, rhythmic movements. I sat cross-legged on the floor and just observed them. They seemed to want me to stay, to watch whatever performance they were putting on. One shadow, shaped like a small fox, detached itself from the wall and came closer to me. It wasn't three-dimensional, still just a flat shadow, but it moved through the air in front of me instead of staying on the wall. It circled me twice, then rejoined the others. I don't know how long I stayed there. It could have been 5 minutes or an hour. Time felt different, stretched and compressed all at once. But eventually, I knew I had to go back to the main house. Tyler would have woken everyone up by now, and they'd be worried. As I stood to leave, the shadows seemed to reach out to me. The animals gathered on the wall nearest the door, as if saying goodbye. The strange blue light dimmed slightly. I had this overwhelming feeling that I was being invited to come back, that this was just the beginning of something. I walked back to the main house slowly, not scared but reluctant to leave. The night was perfectly still, not even a breeze. The stars looked impossibly bright, like someone had turned up their intensity. When I reached the house, I found chaos. David and his wife were in the living room with Tyler, who was hysterical. He was babbling about ghosts and monsters in the cabin. When they saw me walk in calmly, they all stopped talking. "Nathan, are you okay?" David rushed over to check me for injuries. "I'm fine," I said, confused by the panic. The shadows were cool. They weren't hurting anyone. This was apparently the wrong thing to say. David's wife, I can still see her face, looked absolutely horrified. She grabbed Tyler and pulled him away from me like I might contaminate him. "What is wrong with you?" she snapped. "You think this is funny, making up stories and scaring Tyler like that?" I was confused. "I'm not making anything up. There were shadows moving on the walls, animals and birds. They were beautiful." David put his hand on my shoulder. "Nathan, stop. This isn't funny. Tyler is really scared." "But I'm telling the truth," I insisted, feeling frustrated now. "Go look for yourself. They might still be there." David's wife cut in, her voice tight with anger. "That's enough. Both of you, lying and playing make-believe games like this is the devil's work. I knew letting you sleep out there was a mistake." I was stunned into silence. They thought I was lying, or worse, that I had somehow scared Tyler on purpose. I looked at Tyler, hoping he would back me up, tell them that he saw the shadows too, but he was avoiding my eyes, huddled against his mother. They sent us both to bed, me in the guest room of the main house, with stern warnings about respecting the property and not playing with fears. I lay awake until dawn, replaying what I'd seen in the cabin, trying to understand why Tyler had been so terrified when I had felt only peace. The next morning, David went to check the cabin. He came back reporting nothing unusual, no signs of anyone breaking in, no evidence of any shadow show. His wife suggested that maybe raccoons or something had gotten in and scared Tyler, and he'd imagined the rest. Tyler went along with this explanation, seemingly relieved to have a normal reason for what happened. But I knew what I saw. I tried to talk to Tyler about it privately later that day, but he shut me down immediately. "Just drop it," he hissed. "My mom's already talking about sending you home early." I didn't want to be sent home, so I stopped bringing it up. But for the rest of my stay, I couldn't stop thinking about the shadows, couldn't stop looking toward the guest cabin, wondering if they were still there, waiting for me to return. I never got the chance to find out. David's wife made sure we weren't allowed to sleep there again, and she was always watching me, like she was waiting for me to do something weird. The trip was tense and uncomfortable. After I went home, the nightmares started. Not about the shadows themselves. Those dreams were actually peaceful. The nightmares were always the same. I'd be running up a staircase, something unseen chasing me, and my legs would get heavier and heavier, like I was running through water. I'd wake up gasping for breath, feeling like I'd missed something important, like I'd been given a chance to understand something bigger than myself, and had somehow failed. I'm 27 now. I've never been back to that lake or that cabin. David and his wife divorced a few years later, and he moved to Vancouver. I lost touch with Tyler completely, but I still think about that night all the time. I've researched Blackfoot legends and spirit animals, looking for any explanation of what I experienced. Nothing quite matches up. Sometimes I wonder if I really did imagine it all. If Tyler's fear somehow morphed into my strange sense of peace. But then I remember the details too clearly. The exact pattern of a rabbit's hop across the wooden wall, the way the fox shadow circled me twice before returning to its place, the specific shade of that blue light that wasn't quite moonlight. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And sometimes, on very still nights when I'm alone, I swear I can see shadows moving at the corners of my vision, just beyond where I can focus on them. Like they followed me home from that cabin in northern Alberta, waiting for me to acknowledge them again, waiting to finish showing me whatever it was I was meant to see. Story 9. I've never really talked about this with anyone except close friends and family, but I feel like I need to get it off my chest. This happened about 3 years ago when I was 16 and living with my parents in Westville. We had just moved into this ground floor apartment at the edge of this really quiet neighborhood that backed up to some woods. Nothing spectacular, just your average suburban place where nothing ever happens. At least that's what I thought. We had this small dog, a terrier mix named Cooper, who was usually pretty chill, never barked much unless something genuinely spooked him. The first incident happened about 2 months after we moved in. It was around 11 at night, and I was in my room playing games when I heard Cooper going absolutely ballistic in the backyard. Not just his usual, hey, there's a squirrel bark, but this panicked, desperate barking I'd never heard from him before. My parents were asleep, and being the idiot teenager I was, I decided to check it out myself instead of waking them up. I grabbed my phone for the flashlight and went out the back door to see what was freaking Cooper out. The backyard was pretty small with a chain-link fence around it, and we had this old wooden shed at the far end near the tree line. Cooper was standing at the edge of our patio, his entire body rigid, hackles raised, barking frantically at the shed. When I called him, he wouldn't even look at me. I shined my light toward the shed, not seeing anything unusual at first. "Cooper, come on, buddy, what are you barking at?" I whispered, trying to coax him back inside. He wouldn't budge. That's when I heard it. A scuffling noise coming from inside the shed. Not like a raccoon or possum scurrying around. It sounded heavier, more deliberate, like someone or something moving around on all fours. We never used that shed much. It was already there when we moved in, and it mostly just held some gardening tools my mom used. The door was closed but not locked. We never bothered locking it. I stood frozen, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. The scuffling stopped, and for a moment there was complete silence. Even Cooper stopped barking. Then I heard what sounded like someone dragging themselves across the floor of the shed, moving toward the door. Every instinct in my body screamed to run, but I was completely paralyzed with fear. I watched as the shed door creaked slightly, like something was pushing against it from the inside. That broke my trance. I grabbed Cooper by the collar and ran back to the house, slamming and locking the door behind me. I stood there in our kitchen, breathing hard, Cooper whimpering at my feet. I could feel it, whatever it was, outside, moving, searching. I felt like it was looking for a way in. I heard something scrape along the exterior wall of the house, like fingers or claws dragging across the siding. The sound moved slowly from the back of the house toward the side where the kitchen window was. Cooper began growling, his eyes fixed on the kitchen window that faced the side yard. I couldn't see anything through the blinds, but I knew something was out there. Then I heard it, a faint breathing sound coming from just outside the window, like something was pressing its face against the glass, trying to look in through the cracks in the blinds. The doorknob to the kitchen door suddenly rattled, not violently but deliberately, like someone testing to see if it was locked. I backed away slowly, Cooper still growling beside me. Then, impossibly, I heard footsteps in our utility room, the small room between the kitchen and the backyard that housed our washer and dryer. Something had gotten in. I don't know how. That door had been locked. I know it had been locked. But something was in there, and it was moving toward the kitchen door. I lunged forward just as the utility room door began to open, slamming it shut and turning the lock. Whatever was on the other side pushed against it for a moment, then stopped. I waited there, my whole body trembling, for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Eventually, I heard the back door open and close. I was too terrified to check if anything was still out there. I ran to my parents' room and woke them up, babbling about someone trying to break in. My dad checked the house and yard, but found nothing. The shed door was closed, the backyard empty. They thought I'd had a nightmare or something, but I knew what I'd experienced was real. For weeks afterward, I refused to go into the backyard after dark. I kept telling myself it was just some homeless person who'd been sleeping in our shed and got scared when I showed up. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The way it moved wasn't human. Things were quiet for a few months after that. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing or blown it out of proportion in my head. Then summer came. It was mid-July, brutally hot. Our AC was struggling to keep up, especially on the ground floor. My parents were out for the evening at some dinner with friends, and I was home alone with Cooper. I had all the windows open, trying to catch any breeze, and I'd left the back door open too, with just the screen door closed to let air circulate. I was sitting at the kitchen table working on my laptop, back to the door, when I started getting this weird feeling. You know that feeling when you're alone but suddenly feel like you're being watched? It was like that, but 10 times stronger. The hair on my arms stood up, and I got this cold sensation spreading across my back despite the heat. I should have turned around immediately. I should have checked the door. But I kept telling myself I was being paranoid because of what happened before. I tried to focus on my screen, but the feeling just got stronger and stronger. My whole body was screaming at me to run, but my brain kept overriding it. "You're being stupid, Michael," I kept thinking. "There's nothing there." Then Cooper came down the stairs. He was walking strangely, stiff-legged and slow, not his usual bouncy self. His eyes were fixed on something behind me, near the back door. He wasn't barking or growling, just staring with this look I'd never seen before. Pure animal fear. That's when I finally turned around. There was something crouched by the doorframe of the screen door. At first glance, it looked like a person, but wrong, all wrong. It was humanoid, but hunched over, balanced on the balls of its feet, with 2 long arms braced against the ground. Its skin was this dark brown color, like dirt and rot, with a texture that reminded me of a burn victim, uneven and rough. It was completely hairless, its body emaciated like it hadn't eaten in months. I could see every rib, every joint protruding unnaturally. But its face, God, its face! It had these huge, sunken eyes that reflected the light from the kitchen like an animal's. Its nose was just 2 slits, and its mouth was too wide for its face, stretching almost ear to ear. It didn't have lips, just this raw-looking opening lined with yellowed, sharp teeth. It was trying to get in. One long-fingered hand was pressed against the screen door, testing it. When Cooper appeared at the bottom of the stairs, its head snapped in his direction, moving too quickly, too fluidly for something with a human-like skeleton. I've never moved so fast in my life. I threw my laptop to the floor and bolted upstairs, grabbing Cooper on the way. I locked myself in the bathroom with my phone and Cooper, calling my parents over and over until they finally picked up. I was hysterical, barely able to form words. They came home immediately and found the screen door still closed, nothing disturbed except my broken laptop on the floor. They thought I'd had some kind of panic attack or hallucination. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the table and had a nightmare. But I knew what I saw. Cooper knew too. He wouldn't go near that back door for weeks afterward. We moved out of that house a month later. My parents said it was because my dad got a job closer to the city, but I know the real reason was because I refused to be left alone there. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus on anything. I kept seeing that thing's face every time I closed my eyes. A friend I told this to suggested it. Might have been a skinwalker or wendigo, creatures from Native American folklore. But we lived in a completely ordinary suburb in Europe. Those things aren't supposed to exist here, right? At least that's what I keep telling myself. It's been 3 years, and I still wake up sometimes feeling like that thing is standing over my bed, watching me with those reflecting eyes. I still can't explain what it was, or why it was trying to get into our house that night. All I know is that it was real, and it was hunting, and if I hadn't turned around when I did, I don't want to think about what might have happened. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of what it looked like. It's the certainty I felt in that moment that it had been watching our house for months, learning our routines, waiting for the perfect opportunity. And the worst part, I don't think it was just passing through. I think it had chosen us, chosen me, for some reason I'll never understand. Story 10. I've been holding this story in for almost 10 years now, and I think it's finally time to share it. I'm not sure if writing about it will help me process what happened or just bring all those feelings back, but I need to tell someone who might understand. Back when I was 20, I was serving as a firefighter in the army. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid the bills and gave me a sense of purpose. During my off-duty time, my best friend Jay and I had this thing we did: urban exploring. We'd find abandoned buildings, old factories, forgotten places, and just explore them. Something about walking through spaces where time had stopped really fascinated us. This was back in 2013, when urban exploration forums were really active online. I remember scrolling through one night when I should have been sleeping and finding this post about an abandoned colonial mansion in some tiny town in the southeast. The post was vague, but mentioned this incredible 3-story place with unusual architecture and strange energy. The guy who posted it said he couldn't remember exactly where it was, but gave the name of a small town. Looking back, it's weird how few details there were, but at the time, it just made it more intriguing. Jay was immediately hooked when I told him about it. "Dude, we have to check this out. When's your next 48-hour pass?" 2 weeks later, we packed some basic gear, flashlights, cameras, water, snacks, the usual stuff, and headed out in Jay's beat-up Honda Civic. The town was about 2 hours from base, somewhere in the backwoods where cell service got spotty. The drive started normal enough. We were joking around, talking about what we might find, making bets on whether we'd see ghosts. Jay was always the more skeptical one. "It's just an old house, Marcus. Probably nothing but raccoons and tetanus waiting to happen." I remember laughing at that. The closer we got, the weirder things felt. The roads got narrower, the trees seemed to press in on both sides, and the towns we passed through got smaller and smaller. The last 20 minutes of the drive, we didn't see another car. When we finally reached the town around 6 in the evening, I was shocked by how small it was. I mean, I'd expected small, but this was something else entirely. It was literally 3 streets that intersected in the middle, with maybe 30 houses total. There was one gas station with ancient pumps, a tiny post office, and this concrete building that had tornado shelter painted on the side in faded letters. But the churches, that's what really stuck out. For a place this small, there were 5 churches. 5. And they all had these strange names: Church of the Light, the True Path Assembly, Redeemers of the Veil, stuff like that. Not your typical Baptist or Methodist churches you'd expect in a rural southern town. We drove around for about an hour, looking for this mansion, but nothing matched the description. The houses were mostly small, single-story places, many of them looking run down. No massive colonial mansion anywhere. We asked the guy at the gas station, but he just shook his head and said he didn't know anything about a mansion around there. He didn't seem interested in talking much, just kept glancing at the clock behind him. "You boys should wrap up whatever business you got here before dark," he said as we were leaving. I remember thinking it was weird that he said before dark instead of giving an actual time. We kept searching until the sun went down, figuring the mansion might be hidden away on some side road or behind trees. The town had no streetlights except for one at the main intersection, and there was no moon that night. It got dark real fast. By around 10, we were getting frustrated. "Maybe that forum post was bullshit," Jay said. "People make stuff up all the time." But I wasn't ready to give up. I had this strange feeling, like we were close to something. It's hard to explain, but it felt like the mansion was there, just not where we were looking. We decided to take a break and park near the tornado shelter because it was the only open space in town where we could pull over comfortably. The streetlight at the intersection was about 50 yards away, casting this dim yellow glow. We sat there eating chips and drinking sodas, debating whether to keep looking or head back to base. That's when things got weird. It was almost midnight when Jay nudged me and pointed out the windshield. "Hey, there's people coming." I looked up and saw 5 figures walking down the middle of the street toward us. They were walking in a perfect line, evenly spaced, moving at exactly the same pace. Even from a distance, something looked off about them. "What are they doing out this late?" I remember asking. "Maybe they're coming from a church service or something," Jay suggested, but his voice had that edge to it. The one I recognized from training exercises when something wasn't right. As they got closer, I felt this cold sensation in my stomach. They were still about 30 yards away, but I could see they were all exactly the same height, and they were walking weird, too stiff, too synchronized. Then they stepped into the glow of the streetlight, and I stopped breathing for a second. They weren't people. I mean, they were person-shaped, but they were completely black. Not black like skin color, black like absence of light, like 5 human-shaped holes cut into reality. The streetlight illuminated the road around them, but the light didn't touch them at all. They were just these perfect silhouettes, these voids, walking in unison. I'll never forget how the streetlight seemed to bend around them, like the light was afraid to touch them. And despite having no visible eyes, I knew they were looking right at us. "Start the car," I whispered to Jay, not taking my eyes off them. "Start the fucking car now." Jay fumbled with the keys, dropping them before finally getting them in the ignition. The whole time, these things kept walking toward us, steady and deliberate. They weren't hurrying, but they didn't need to. The confidence in their movement was terrifying enough. The car started, and Jay slammed it into reverse, nearly hitting a telephone pole as we backed up. He shifted to drive and floored it. I turned around in my seat to look back, and the 5 figures had stopped in the middle of the road. They were just standing there, still in their perfect line, watching us leave. We didn't speak for the first 20 minutes of the drive back. My hands were shaking so bad I couldn't even open my water bottle. Finally, Jay broke the silence. "What the fuck was that?" "I don't know," I said, "but I never want to go back there." We tried to rationalize it on the drive home. Maybe it was some kind of town ritual, people dressed in black suits for some reason. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe the shadows and the single streetlight played tricks on our eyes, but we both knew what we saw, and neither of us believed our explanations. We never found the mansion that night, but about a week later, it found us. The dreams started for both of us around the same time. At first, I thought it was just my brain processing what happened, but when Jay mentioned having a dream about that fucking house, I got chills all over. In the dream, I'd be walking through a forest on a narrow dirt path. It was always dusk, not quite day, but not fully night. After walking for what felt like hours, I'd come to a clearing, and there it would be. A massive 3-story Victorian mansion, painted white with black trim. It had this wraparound deck with huge columns and double doors on the right side. The weird thing was, it looked perfectly maintained, not abandoned at all. The paint was fresh, the grass was cut, and there were even flowers in the garden beds. In the dream, I'd feel this intense pull to go inside, like someone I loved was waiting for me. But at the same time, there was this overwhelming dread, This knowledge that I absolutely should not enter that house. Every instinct would be screaming at me to turn around and run, but my feet would carry me forward anyway, up those pristine white steps, across the porch to those double doors. And every time, just as I'd open the right side door, I'd see nothing but absolute darkness inside. Not darkness like a dark room, but darkness like what we saw in those figures. A complete absence of light. A void. Then I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like something had been watching me from inside that darkness. Jay had the exact same dream, detail for detail. We'd compare notes, and it was always identical. The path, the clearing, the white house with black trim, the double doors, the void inside. For almost a year, we both had this dream at least once a week. Eventually, the dreams became less frequent. Jay got transferred to another base, and we lost touch for a while. I tried researching that town, but I could never find it again. It wasn't on any map I checked, and the online post about the mansion had been deleted. It's been almost 10 years now, but I still have the dream occasionally. Maybe once or twice a year, I'll find myself on that forest path again. The dream is always the same, except for one detail that's changed recently. Now, sometimes I hear something moving inside the darkness. Something big. I'm 30 now, no longer in the army, with a normal job and a normal life. But I've never gone urban exploring again. Jay and I reconnected a few years back, and he told me he still has the dream too. We've both tried to go back and find that town, separately, but neither of us has been able to locate it. Sometimes I think about those 5 figures and wonder what would have happened if we hadn't driven away. Were they trying to stop us or guide us? Were they guardians or threats? And what about the mansion? Was it real somewhere, just hidden from normal sight? Was it trying to call us to it through our dreams? I don't have answers. All I know is that something in that town wanted us. And sometimes, in my dreams, I feel like it's still waiting for me to step through that door into the darkness. And the most terrifying part is that some small part of me still wants to know what's on the other side. Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer when I was 12. It's been 15 years, but I can recall every detail like it was yesterday. My friend Jake and I were obsessed with ghost adventures that summer. We'd stay up late at my house watching episode after episode, completely terrified but loving every minute of it. My parents had just moved us into this old Victorian house in our small town of Millbrook. It was the perfect setting for wannabe ghost hunters, creaky floorboards, weird drafts, and a basement I refused to enter alone. The house was built in the late 1800s according to my mom, who was super into the character of the place. All I knew was that it felt weird sometimes, especially at night. Jake got an iPod Touch for his birthday that May, and the first thing we did was download this ghost radar app. It was probably complete bullshit, but to 2 12-year-old boys, it was the most legit paranormal equipment we could get our hands on. We started doing these amateur investigations all around my house. We'd sit in the dark bathroom with a flashlight asking questions to empty air. Is anyone here with us? Can you make a noise? That kind of thing. Nothing ever really happened except one time when we both swore we heard footsteps in the hallway, but it was probably just my cat or the house settling. We expanded our ghost hunting territory to the playground, my backyard, and eventually to the woods behind Parkside Elementary, where there was this small river cutting through. Our favorite spot became these massive piles of rocks that construction crews had dumped years ago at the entrance to some hiking trails. Some of these piles were huge, like 30 or 40 feet high. We'd climb to the top and do our investigations there, feeling like we were on top of the world. We called it Ghost Mountain because we were super creative like that. Nothing really paranormal ever happened during those first few weeks of summer break. We'd get the occasional beep on the ghost radar app, but we knew deep down it was just random. Still, it was fun to pretend. Then came that day in early July. It was a Wednesday, I remember, because my mom worked late on Wednesdays and I had the house to myself until dinner time. The weather was perfect, sunny, not too hot with a light breeze. Jake came over around 11 in the morning and we decided to head to Ghost Mountain with our equipment. I had this old aluminum baseball bat I'd bring along for protection from what, I don't know, raccoons maybe? We climbed to the top of our favorite rock pile around noon. The sun was directly overhead and we were getting kind of bored with the lack of ghost activity. The radar app hadn't made a single beep and we were starting to talk about heading back to my place to play video games instead. That's when I started messing around with my bat. There was this round, flat rock at the top of the pile, and I thought it would be cool if I could balance my bat upright on it. I tried a few times, but it kept falling over. Then, on maybe my 5th or 6th try, it just stayed up, standing perfectly vertical on its end. "Dude, look at this," I said to Jake, who was scrolling through his iPod. "No way," he said, coming over. "You're holding it." "I'm not, I swear." I took a step back to prove it. The bat was just standing there, perfectly balanced on its end, on a round rock. It shouldn't have been possible. Jake reached out to knock it over, and that's when things got weird. He pushed it, but it didn't fall immediately. It was like something was holding it up, resisting his push. When it finally did tip over, we both reached for it at the same time. It was ice cold, like freezer cold. This was in the middle of July, in direct sunlight, and the metal bat felt like it had been sitting in snow. My hand actually stung from touching it. We looked at each other, and I could tell Jake felt it too. This wasn't just our imagination. Something had happened. "Holy shit," Jake whispered. "I think we just made contact." I picked up the bat again, and it was back to normal temperature, warm from the sun, like it should be. We tried to balance it again, but it wouldn't stay up no matter how many times we tried. Then I had an idea. I picked up a small pebble about the size of a dime and held it flat on my palm. "If there's a spirit here, can you move this rock?" I asked, feeling both stupid and scared at the same time. Nothing happened for maybe 30 seconds. Then the pebble jumped. I don't mean it rolled off my hand. It literally hopped up and landed about 5 feet away from where I was standing. I screamed and jumped back. Jake was staring at the pebble, his mouth hanging open. "Do it again," he said, his voice shaking. I picked up another small stone and held it out. "Can you move this one too?" This time it happened faster. The pebble shot out of my hand like someone had flicked it with their finger. It flew even farther than the first one. Jake wanted to try. He picked up his own pebble, held it out on his palm, and asked the same question. His pebble shot straight up about 3 feet before falling back down to the rocks. We were freaking out, but in that excited adrenaline rush kind of way. We'd been ghost hunting for weeks with nothing to show for it, and now we had actual proof of something. We spent the next hour asking whatever was there to move things. Sometimes nothing would happen. Other times, our pebbles would fly in random directions. We even started feeling weird sensations. The hair on my arms would stand up sometimes, or I'd get this cold feeling on the back of my neck, like someone was breathing on me. Then things escalated. We started hearing small rocks falling around us, like they were being thrown from somewhere. At first, we thought it might be other kids messing with us, but we could see all around from our vantage point on top of the rock pile. There was no one else there. I remember looking toward the tree line and thinking I saw something, like a person-shaped shadow moving between the trees. When I pointed it out to Jake, it was gone. "Maybe we should go," Jake said, and I could tell he was getting nervous. I was too, but I didn't want to admit it. "Just a little longer," I insisted. "This is the coolest thing that's ever happened to us." That's when we both saw it. About 10 feet away from the base of our rock pile was a fallen tree branch, maybe 4 feet long. As we watched, it slowly lifted off the ground, hovered for a second, and then flew straight toward us like someone had thrown it. We both ducked, and the branch hit the rocks just below where we were sitting. That was enough for us. We scrambled down the rock pile as fast as we could, grabbing our stuff and booking it out of there. I remember looking back once and seeing more rocks falling on top of Ghost Mountain, even though there was nobody up there. We ran all the way back to my house, not stopping until we were inside with the door locked behind us. We were out of breath, sweaty, and completely freaked out. "What the hell was that?" Jake kept asking, and I had no answer. We tried to calm down, telling ourselves maybe it was just the wind or animals or something. But we both knew better. We'd seen what we'd seen. We went to my kitchen to get some water, and I put my bottle on the table while I caught my breath. Neither of us was touching the table, but the bottle suddenly skidded across the surface, stopping right at the edge. We both jumped back. "It followed us," Jake whispered. I wanted to tell him that was impossible, but after what we'd just experienced, I wasn't so sure. We spent the rest of the afternoon in my living room, watching TV with all the lights on, jumping at every little noise. Jake went home before dinner, and I tried to act normal when my mum got home. I didn't tell her anything. I knew she'd either not believe me or worse, believe me and freak out. That night, I was lying in bed, unable to sleep, when I saw it. A black figure, like a shadow but somehow three-dimensional, walked right across my bedroom doorway. It wasn't a person, it was just a black shape that moved deliberately before disappearing into the wall. I pulled the covers over my head and stayed that way until morning, too terrified to move. The next day, I broke down and told my dad what had happened. My dad isn't the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. He's practical, logical, and usually dismisses that kind of talk. But when I finished telling him everything, especially about the shadow in my doorway, his face changed. He got really serious. "Dalton," he said, using my full name, which he only did when something was important, "I want you to stop messing with that shit. You probably brought something home with you." The way he said it, like he actually believed me, scared me more than anything else. Jake and I never went back to Ghost Mountain that summer. We didn't talk about what happened much either, like if we didn't mention it, we could pretend it never happened. Years later, when I was in college, I got curious and researched the area where we used to hunt ghosts. Turns out, the woods near that river were once part of an ancient Native American burial ground. The river itself had claimed quite a few lives over the years, drownings during floods, accidents, even a few suicides. Sometimes I wonder if Jake and I accidentally discovered something that day. Something about reality that most people never see. Something about spirits, or energy, or what people throughout history have called magic. Or maybe we just freaked ourselves out and imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. That baseball bat shouldn't have stood up like that. Those pebbles shouldn't have moved on their own. And that shadow in my doorway, that was something else entirely. I still get uncomfortable when I visit my parents and have to sleep in my old room. And I've never downloaded another Ghost Radar app or gone looking for paranormal activity again. Some doors, once opened, can't be easily closed. Story 12. I still can't believe I'm actually writing this down. It's been 2 months since it happened, but I can't sleep properly, and maybe sharing it will help. I've always been a rational person, never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened that day in Glover's Wood has completely changed me. I moved to this tiny village in Nottinghamshire about 6 months ago. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and outsiders stick out like sore thumbs. Being 19 and new to the area, I was desperate to find something to do. Back home, fishing was my escape. Just me, my rod, and the peaceful stillness of water. So naturally, I started asking around about good fishing spots. The Burrell Arms became my regular haunt on Friday evenings, not to get drunk or anything, just to have a pint and listen to the locals. That's where I first heard about the old monastery pool. I was sitting at the bar when this old guy, Trevor, mentioned it while talking to the barman. "Best carp fishing in the county used to be at the old monastery pond," he said, sipping his ale. "Course nobody goes there anymore." My ears perked up immediately. "Where's this pond?" I asked, probably too eagerly. Trevor gave me a strange look. "Glover's Wood, on Allsop's land. But you'd be better off trying the river." "Why's that?" I asked. Trevor just shrugged and changed the subject. But I couldn't get the pond out of my head. A secluded spot with big carp. It sounded perfect. I found out that Mr. Allsop lived in the big farmhouse at the edge of the village. Every Sunday morning for nearly a month, I'd walk down and knock on his door, asking politely if I could fish his pond. And every Sunday, he'd firmly say no. "There's plenty of other places to fish, lad," he'd say. "The pond's not suitable, too overgrown." But I was stubborn. Last Sunday, I decided I wasn't leaving without a proper explanation. "Mr. Allsop," I said, standing my ground on his porch, "I don't understand why you won't let me fish there. I promise I'd be respectful, catch and release only, no litter, nothing." The old man sighed deeply and looked at me like he was weighing something in. His mind... "Come in for a minute," he finally said. His kitchen was warm and smelled of toast. He gestured for me to sit at the table while he made tea. "That pond," he began, setting a mug in front of me, "has a history. The locals don't talk about it much, but since you're so determined..." He paused, staring into his tea. "It used to be a carp pond for the monks who lived there centuries ago. They raised fish for food." "What happened to the monastery?" I asked. "There was a famine in the area, bad one. People were starving. They went to the monastery asking for some of the carp to feed their families. The abbot refused. Said the fish were for the monks' sustenance through winter." I frowned. That seems cruel. Maybe. But what happened next was worse. A group of villagers, desperate and angry, went back at night. They strangled the abbot and took the fish anyway. Then they burned the monastery to the ground to cover what they'd done. A chill ran through me. "That's horrible," Mr. Allsop nodded grimly. "The pond is all that's left, and there's a local belief that the abbot still patrols it, making sure no villager steals his precious carp again." I almost laughed, but something in his expression stopped me. "You don't actually believe that, do you?" "What I believe doesn't matter. But strange things happen to people who fish there. They see things, get hurt somehow. That's why I don't let people go anymore." I nodded respectfully, but inside I was dismissing it as superstitious nonsense. Ghost stories to scare kids away from private property. "Thanks for the tea, Mr. Allsop," I said as I left. "And for the story." He called after me, "Stay away from that pond, Charlie. I mean it." But of course I didn't listen. That same evening I grabbed my fishing gear and headed out. It was stupid, I know that now, but at the time I felt invincible. Ghost stories didn't scare me. Glover's Wood was about a mile from the village, and I reached it just as the sun was starting to set. The trees were thick, blocking much of the remaining light, and the temperature seemed to drop as soon as I stepped under the canopy. I followed what looked like an old path, overgrown and barely visible. After about 15 minutes of pushing through undergrowth, I came to a clearing, and there it was, the old monastery pool. It wasn't what I'd expected. It was smaller than I'd imagined, maybe 40 feet across, almost perfectly round. The water was dark, the surface completely still. Reeds and lily pads crowded the edges, and the whole thing was surrounded by ancient oak trees that seemed to lean over the water protectively. At the far side, I could see some crumbling stonework, probably remains of the monastery. It was disappointing, to be honest. The place looked too weedy for good fishing, but I'd come all this way, so I decided to try my luck. I set up my rod with a simple float rig, baited with sweet corn, classic carp bait. The evening was quiet, no birds singing, no insects buzzing, just an eerie silence that I put down to the approaching night. I cast out, the float landing with a soft plop that seemed too loud in the stillness. It had barely settled when it jerked violently and disappeared underwater. The rod nearly flew from my hands with the force of whatever had taken the bait. My heart raced with excitement. This must be one of the legendary carp. I gripped the rod tightly and prepared for a fight, but before I could react properly, there was a sharp snap. My line had broken, not frayed or cut, broken clean through, despite being strong enough to land a 20-pound fish. "What the hell?" I muttered, reeling in the useless line. I decided to try again with even stronger tackle. As I was retying my rig, I had this weird feeling, like I was being watched. You know that prickle on the back of your neck? Yeah, that. I looked up, scanning the trees around me, but saw nothing. Then I glanced across the pond, and my blood turned to ice. On the opposite bank, partially hidden by the ruins, stood a figure. It was human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Tall and thin, dressed in what looked like tattered robes, stained dark with what could have been mud or something worse. The robes seemed burned in places, blackened and frayed. But it was the face that paralyzed me with fear. Pale, gaunt, with deep-set eyes that seemed to glow red in the fading light. The expression was one of pure hatred and accusation, like I'd personally wronged this, whatever it was. I tried to tell myself it was just someone from the village, maybe even Mr. Alsop coming to chase me off his land. But deep down, I knew better. No living person could look like that or appear so suddenly and silently. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly weak and shaky. The figure didn't move or respond. It just stared at me with those terrible eyes, unblinking and unforgiving. I started packing my gear, hands trembling so badly I could barely manage it. I kept glancing up, hoping the figure would be gone, but it remained, watching me. And then, as the last of the daylight faded, it took a step forward. Then another. It was coming around the edge of the pond, coming for me. Panic took over. I abandoned half my tackle and ran, crashing through the undergrowth, branches whipping my face. I looked back once and immediately wished I hadn't. The figure was following, moving with unnatural speed despite its stiff, awkward gait. In my terror, I wasn't watching where I was going. My foot caught on a root and I went down hard. My head struck something, a rock or a fallen branch, and everything went black. When I came to, it was fully dark. For a moment I had no idea where I was or what had happened. Then it all rushed back, and I sat up so fast my head spun. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight, expecting at any moment to feel cold, bony hands around my throat. The screen illuminated the small clearing where I'd fallen. There was no sign of the figure, but something else made my skin crawl. My fishing gear, the stuff I'd left behind in my panic, had been dragged to the clearing. The rod was snapped in half, the reel crushed like it had been stomped on repeatedly. My tackle box was smashed open, hooks and weights scattered everywhere. I didn't wait around to see what else might happen. I ran all the way back to the village, not stopping once, convinced the whole time that those burning eyes were watching me from the darkness. When I burst into our cottage, my mum was startled half to death. I must have looked terrible, covered in dirt, bleeding from a cut on my forehead, wild-eyed with terror. "Charlie, what on earth happened to you?" she gasped. I told her everything, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush, about the monastery pond, the figure in the burned robes, my destroyed fishing gear. She didn't believe me. Of course she didn't. "You must have hit your head harder than you thought," she said, examining the cut on my forehead. "You were probably just disoriented and imagined the rest." "I didn't imagine it," I insisted. "My fishing gear—" "We'll go back tomorrow in daylight and find it," she said soothingly. "You probably just dropped it when you fell." She made me take some painkillers and sent me to bed like I was a little kid who'd had a nightmare. I was too exhausted to argue anymore. When I went into my bedroom, my little brother was already asleep in his bed across the room. I collapsed onto my own bed without even taking my shoes off. But something was bothering me. Something about the room felt wrong. I sat up and looked around, trying to figure out what it was. Then it hit me. My fishing gear, The expensive rod and reel I'd saved for months to buy, the tackle box full of carefully organized lures and hooks, was sitting in the corner, completely intact, exactly where I'd left it that morning. I hadn't taken any of it to the pond. I ran back to the living room to tell my mum, but she was already on the phone, probably talking to one of her friends. I stood in the doorway, trying to make sense of what was happening. When I looked back into my bedroom, everything was normal. My brother sleeping peacefully, my fishing gear untouched in the corner, no dirt on my clothes or cut on my head. But I know what I saw at that pond. I know what followed me through the woods. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can hear the soft padding of feet outside my window and catch a whiff of something that smells like old smoke and stagnant water. I haven't told anyone else what happened. Who would believe me? But I haven't gone fishing since, and I never will again, especially not at the old monastery pool. Story 13. I've never told this story online before. I'm 42 now, but I still get the absolute heebie-jeebies thinking about what happened when I was 14. I've tried explaining it to a few people over beers, but they always think I'm making it up or that I was just a confused kid. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. And nearly 30 years later, I still can't explain it. This happened in Mexico City back in 1995. I was living with my parents, Rosa and Manuel, in our family home in Coyoacan. It wasn't a fancy neighborhood back then, but our house had been in the family for generations. It was this old two-story place with thick walls that kept it cool in summer. But it always had these weird cold spots that my mum would blame on drafts. My oldest brother, Eduardo, had temporarily moved back in with us, with his wife, Sophia, and their little girl, Laura. Laura was this adorable toddler, maybe 18 months old at the time. They were staying with us while they sorted out some issues with their apartment's plumbing, something about the whole building needing repairs. It was crowded but nice having them around. Laura especially brought this energy to the house that made everyone happy. That particular day was a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays I got out of school early. It was around 2 in the afternoon when I got home, dropping my backpack by the door like I always did, which always annoyed my mum. The house smelled amazing. My mum was making picadillo, and the scent of ground beef, potatoes and spices filled the whole place. "Mamá, estoy en casa," I called out, heading to the kitchen where I found my mum chopping carrots. She looked up and smiled. "Carlos, there's a sandwich in the fridge if you're hungry before dinner." That's when I noticed Laura in her baby walker, scooting around the kitchen tiles and giggling whenever she bumped into something. She had this thing where she'd deliberately crash into the cabinets and laugh like it was the funniest thing ever. "Where's everyone else?" I asked, opening the fridge and grabbing the sandwich my mum had mentioned. "Your father, Eduardo and Sophia went to the mercado," she replied, turning back to her chopping. "They needed to pick up a few things." I nodded and took a bite of my sandwich. Ham and cheese with that spicy mustard my dad liked. Laura spotted me and immediately scooted her walker in my direction, babbling excitedly. "Hey there, Chiquita," I said, crouching down to her level. She reached out and tried to grab my sandwich, which made me laugh. My mum looked over her shoulder. "Carlos, can you watch Laura for a bit? I need to run next door. Senora Vega has my recipe book, and I need it for dinner." "Sure, no problem," I said, not thinking anything of it. I'd watched Laura plenty of times before. Mum wiped her hands on her apron. "I'll be back in 20 minutes. Keep an eye on her, okay?" After she left, I finished my sandwich and decided to watch some TV. Laura followed me into the living room in her walker, making those excited baby noises. I turned on the cartoon channel. There was this show with these superhero cats that was popular back then. Laura seemed to like it, bouncing in her walker and pointing at the screen. After a while, maybe 15 minutes, I heard the front door open and close. "That was quick," I called out, assuming it was my mom. "Senora Vega wasn't home," my mom said, coming into the living room. "I'll try again later." She headed back to the kitchen to continue cooking. For the next hour or so, it was just me and Laura. At some point, she started getting fussy in her walker, so I got her out. She had reached that stage where she could walk pretty well, but still wobbled a lot. I remember being surprised at how steady she was that day, practically running around the couch while I pretended to chase her. Her little giggles filled the house. "You want some Cheerios, Laura?" I asked when she finally seemed tired of running. She nodded enthusiastically, saying, "EO, EO," which was her way of saying Cheerios. I went to the kitchen, grabbed the box from the counter, and poured some into a plastic bowl. I also got her sippy cup and filled it with apple juice from the fridge. Laura sat on the floor, happily munching on her Cheerios, occasionally offering me one with her tiny hand. I'd pretend to eat it, making exaggerated mmm sounds that made her laugh. She drank from her sippy cup, some juice dribbling down her chin, which I wiped with the sleeve of my school uniform, something my mum would have scolded me for if she'd seen. I remember noticing how quiet the house felt. My mum was still in the kitchen cooking, but there was this stillness that felt odd. Even the normal street noises seemed muted. Laura didn't seem to notice, happily playing with her toys that were scattered around the living room. At one point, Laura pointed at the TV and said, "Gato," when one of the cartoon cats appeared. I remember feeling proud that she was learning new words. "That's right, Laura, Gato," I praised, and she clapped her hands, pleased with herself. We were in the middle of this game where I'd hide her teddy bear under a cushion, and she'd find it when I heard the front door open. There were multiple voices, my dad's deep laugh, Eduardo's excited chatter, and Sophia's gentle tone. "We're back," my dad called out. "Little help with these bags?" I stood up. "Coming!" Laura was still on the floor playing with her teddy bear as I headed to the front door. My dad was there, arms full of grocery bags. Eduardo followed behind him, also carrying bags, and then came Sophia. And that's when everything stopped making sense, because Sophia was carrying Laura. My niece was strapped into her car seat, sucking on a pacifier, wearing a light blue outfit with little ducks on it. But Laura was also in the living room, playing with her teddy bear, wearing a yellow t-shirt with overalls. I froze, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. "Carlos, don't just stand there," my dad said, misinterpreting my shock. "Take some of these bags to the kitchen." I couldn't move. I was staring at Laura in the car seat. She saw me and smiled around her pacifier, reaching out her arms. "Carlos, what's wrong?" Eduardo asked, noticing my expression. I pointed weakly toward the living room. "Laura, she's in there." Sophia looked confused. "What are you talking about? Laura's been with us the whole time." I shook my head, unable to form words. My brother put down his bags and walked past me to the living room. I followed him, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The living room was empty. The teddy bear lay on the floor. The bowl of Cheerios was there, some spilled on the carpet. The sippy cup was on its side, a small puddle of apple juice forming beneath it. The TV was still playing cartoons, but Laura was gone. "What?" I couldn't finish my sentence. My mom came in from the kitchen, wiping her hands. "You're all back. Did you get everything we needed?" Eduardo gave me a strange look. "Mom, was Laura here with you and Carlos?" My mom looked confused. "No, she went with you and Sophia to the market. Carlos was watching TV while I cooked." The blood drained from my face. I could feel myself starting to shake. But she was here," I stammered. "I was playing with her. I gave her Cheerios and juice. She was walking around the couch. She said gato when she saw the cats on TV." Everyone was staring at me now. Sophia had come in, still holding Laura, who was contentedly sucking on her pacifier. "Carlos," my dad said slowly, "Laura has been with Eduardo and Sophia the entire time. They never left her here." "But I saw her." My voice was rising in panic. "I played with her. She ate the Cheerios." I pointed at the bowl on the floor. My mom looked concerned. Carlos, I put those Cheerios there for when they got back. The juice then. I got her juice. I pointed at the sippy cup. I filled that this morning, Sophia said quietly. It was on the counter. I felt like I was losing my mind. Mom, you asked me to watch her while you went to Senora Vega's place. My mom's face paled. Carlos, I never left the house today, and I never asked you to watch Laura. The room felt like it was spinning. I sank onto the couch, my legs unable to support me anymore. Laura, the real Laura, was looking at me from her mother's arms, her expression curious and completely innocent. But she was right here, I whispered, my voice breaking. I saw her, I touched her, I played with her. Eduardo sat next to me, putting his hand on my shoulder. Carlos, are you feeling okay? Did you fall asleep watching TV maybe? I shook my head vigorously. No, I was wide awake. She was here for over an hour. My family exchanged worried glances. I knew what they were thinking, that I was either lying or hallucinating. But I knew what I had experienced. The Laura I'd played with felt completely real. She had weight when I lifted her. Her hand was warm when she gave me Cheerios. Her giggles were exactly the same as always. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying everything in my mind, trying to find some logical explanation. Could I have fallen asleep and dreamed the whole thing? But it had felt so real, and I remembered every minute of that hour so clearly. The next morning, my dad sat me down for a talk. He reminded me that our house had always had strange things happen. My grandmother used to say the house had memories. There had been times when we'd all heard footsteps in empty hallways, or voices having conversations in vacant rooms. We'd found objects moved from where we'd left them. Once, all the kitchen cabinets were open when everyone swore they'd been closed the night before. But this was different. This wasn't just a noise or a moved object. This was something that looked exactly like my niece, that could eat and drink and speak and play. Something that, for all intents and purposes, was Laura in every way, except it couldn't have been her. It's been almost 30 years, and I still don't have an explanation. I've researched doppelgangers, spirits, all kinds of paranormal phenomena, but nothing quite matches what I experienced. My family never brought it up again after a few days, like they wanted to forget it had happened. We moved out of that house a year later when my dad got a job in another part of the city. No one ever said it was because of what happened, but I always wondered. Laura is in her 30s now, with kids of her own. She doesn't know about this story. No one ever told her. Sometimes when I see her, I get this chill remembering that afternoon. Sometimes I almost ask her if she remembers anything strange from when she was a toddler, but I never do. I don't know what was in our house that day pretending to be my niece. I don't know what would have happened if my family hadn't come home when they did. All I know is that something was there with me, something that could mimic a child perfectly, right down to the weight of her small hand in mine. And the thought of that still keeps me awake at night sometimes. Story 14. I've been putting off writing this down for weeks now, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer advice, because I'm honestly at my wit's end. I'm a security officer at one of the major hospitals in San Antonio. Been doing this job for almost 4 years now. It's usually pretty routine, checking doors, monitoring cameras, escorting staff to their cars late at night. Nothing I couldn't handle. 3 months ago, I got promoted to level 3 security, which meant I could finally carry handcuffs and a weapon. I was pretty excited about it, not gonna lie. Felt like I was moving up in the world. There's this abandoned section of the hospital that's been closed off for years. It's this whole wing that used to be used for long-term patients, but after they built the new pavilion across the street, they just shut it down. The hospital keeps saying they're going to renovate it or tear it down, but you know how that goes. Budget issues, paperwork, whatever. So it just sits there, gathering dust. We're not supposed to go in there, technically. It's off limits to most staff. But security has keys to everything, and sometimes we have to check for homeless people who might have found a way in. or kids breaking in on dares. Usually we just do a quick sweep and leave, but this one night in July, I was working with 3 other guys. I'll call them Agent Y, Marine 1, and Marine 2. Agent Y used to be Secret Service before he got into hospital security. The 2 Marines had both done tours in Afghanistan. These guys were the real deal, you know, not the type to get spooked easily. Agent Y had been wanting to explore the abandoned wing more thoroughly for a while. He'd heard some stories from the maintenance guys about weird noises coming from there, and he thought maybe someone was living in there. Since I had just gotten my level 3 clearance, he asked if I wanted to join them for a full sweep of the place. I said yes right away, partly because I wanted to impress these guys, and partly because, well, I was curious. We went in around 2 in the morning, when the hospital was as quiet as it gets. Agent Y had the master keys, and we all had our flashlights and radios. It was the middle of summer, but as soon as we stepped through those double doors into the abandoned wing, the temperature dropped. Not just a little cooler, it was like walking into a freezer. I remember my breath fogging in front of my face. AC must still be working in here, Marine 1 said, but I knew that couldn't be right. This section had been closed off from all utilities for years. The first part of our exploration was uneventful. Just empty patient rooms with stripped beds, old nurses' stations covered in dust, supply closets with nothing but empty shelves. Everything was exactly what you'd expect from an abandoned hospital wing, creepy in that normal abandoned building kind of way, but nothing supernatural. We made our way deeper into the wing, to the old ICU area. This part had 3 parallel hallways, connected by shorter cross hallways. It was designed so the nurses could see all the critical patients from the central station. We started down the first corridor, sweeping our flashlights across the walls and into each room. That's when it happened. Marine 2, who was a few steps ahead of me, suddenly stopped walking. He was staring at a doorway on the right side of the hall, about 20 feet ahead. At first, I thought he'd seen someone, maybe a homeless person or an intruder. I was about to ask what he saw when the others noticed his reaction too. We all turned to look at the doorway, and that's when I felt it. This wave of nausea hit me so hard I almost doubled over. The air around us suddenly filled with this smell, like rotting meat left in the sun for days. It was so thick I could taste it in the back of my throat. And then I saw it. At the top of the doorway, looking down at us, was something. I don't know how to describe it properly. It wasn't fully visible, more like a dark shape against the already dark doorway. But I could see its eyes, or rather, where its eyes should have been. Instead of eyes, there were these inky black voids, deeper than any darkness I've ever seen. They weren't reflecting our flashlights at all, just absorbing the light completely. For what felt like an eternity, we all just stood there, frozen. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. It was like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing, but my body knew something was terribly wrong. Marine 1 broke first. He just turned and ran back the way we came. No warning, no shout, just bolted. The sound of his boots echoing down the hallway broke the spell for the rest of us. Marine 2 went next, then me, with Agent Y right behind me. I glanced back as I was running. I wished to God I hadn't, and saw it floating out of the doorway into the hallway. It wasn't walking. It was moving like smoke, but with purpose, coming after us. Its form was more visible now, elongated and twisted, like a human shape that had been stretched and distorted. I don't remember much after that. I know we made it back to the main hospital, through the double doors. I remember Marine 1 slamming them shut, and Agent Y fumbling with the keys to lock them. I remember the 4 of us standing there in the lit hallway of the active part of the hospital, breathing hard, not saying a word. None of us wanted to be the first to admit what we'd seen. Finally, Agent Y said, "We never talk about this, not to anyone. Understand?" We all nodded, still too shaken to speak. I blacked out at some point after that. Woke up in one of the break rooms with Marine 2 sitting across from me, staring at nothing. We didn't speak about it that night, or any night after. We all continued working at the hospital, but something changed between us. We'd make eye contact across the lobby sometimes, and there was this unspoken understanding, a shared trauma none of us could acknowledge. About 2 months after the incident, the hospital finally started demolishing the abandoned wing. I was relieved, thinking maybe whatever was in there would be destroyed along with the building. I watched from the parking lot as the wrecking ball took down those walls, and I actually felt hopeful. That hope didn't last long. 3 weeks after the demolition was completed, Agent Y killed himself, shot himself in his apartment. No note, nothing. But I knew. Somehow, I just knew it was connected to what we saw. 4 days after Agent Y's funeral, Marine 1 died too. The official report said he had a heart attack while driving, causing him to crash his car into a tree. He was 32 years old and in perfect health. Now it's just me and Marine 2 left, and I'm terrified. Because I've started seeing it again. Not clearly, not like that night in the hospital, but in my peripheral vision, when I'm alone in my apartment. A dark shape at the edge of my sight that disappears when I turn to look directly at it. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of those empty, void-like eyes reflecting in my bathroom mirror when I'm brushing my teeth, only to vanish when I blink. The smell comes and goes too, that rotting, putrid stench that fills my nostrils for just a second before disappearing. My girlfriend thinks I'm losing my mind. She can't smell it, can't see anything when I point frantically at the corner of the room where I just saw it lurking. Last week, I went to see Marine 2 at his house. I hadn't spoken to him since everything happened, but I needed to know if he was experiencing the same things. The moment he opened the door, I knew. He looked terrible, pale, with dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept in weeks. His hands were shaking as he let me in. "You've seen it too, haven't you?" I asked him once we were inside. He just nodded, then showed me the scratches on his arms. 3 parallel lines, deep enough to scar, but not deep enough to need stitches. "It happens in my sleep," he said. "I wake up with fresh ones every few days." I haven't told him about Agent Y's suicide or Marine 1's accident. I couldn't bring myself to add to his terror, but I'm sure he knows, or at least suspects. We're next. I don't know in what order, but I know it's coming for us. I've tried everything I can think of. I had a priest come to my house last week to perform an exorcism or blessing or whatever you want to call it. He didn't find anything unusual, but went through the motions anyway. It didn't help. That night, the smell was stronger than ever, and I swear I heard something scratching at my bedroom door from the inside of my closet. I've thought about running, just packing up and moving across the country, but something tells me it wouldn't matter. This thing, whatever it is, found us. It attached itself to us somehow, and distance won't break that connection. Marine 2 and I have made a pact. If one of us dies, the other will tell everything. Not that I think anyone would believe us, but at least there'd be a record, some proof that we weren't crazy, that we all saw the same thing. I don't know what else to do. I'm writing this as a last resort, hoping someone out there has encountered something similar and survived to tell about it. I'm not religious, but I'm desperate enough now to try anything. The worst part is the waiting, knowing it's out there, watching, knowing what happened to the others. Every night when I try to sleep, I wonder if I'll wake up with scratches like Marine 2, or if I won't wake up at all. It's almost 3 in the morning now. I can smell it again, that rotting stench. It's coming from my bathroom this time. I should go check, but I'm paralyzed with fear. What if this time, instead of just glimpsing it, I come face to face with those empty black eyes? I think I hear scratching. Story 15. I've never told anyone about what happened that day at the old monastery pool. It's been nearly 60 years, but I still wake up in cold sweats some nights, feeling those bloodshot eyes boring into me. I suppose writing it down might help, though I doubt anyone will believe me. This all happened back in 1947 in our little village in Nottinghamshire. I was 15 then, and everyone knew me as young Charlie. Times were hard after the war, rationing was still in full swing, and my dad hadn't come home. Mum struggled to keep us fed on her factory wages, so I took to fishing the local streams. I got pretty good at it too. The butcher would give me extra ration stamps for a couple of decent trout, and the baker might trade a loaf for a string of perch. The Burrell Arms was the centre of our village. Not that I was allowed in properly, being underage, but I'd often deliver fish to old Tom, who ran the place. He'd let me sit by the kitchen door where I could overhear the men talking. That's where I first heard about the old monastery pool. It was a wet Tuesday afternoon when I dropped off some pike I'd caught. The pub was nearly empty except for a few regulars nursing their half-pints. Nobody had money for much more in those days. They were talking about fishing spots, and Mr. Hobbs, who worked at the feed store, mentioned the pool. "Biggest carp you've ever seen," he said, lowering his voice like he was sharing buried treasure coordinates. "Some say they're the descendants of the ones the monks reared centuries ago, before the monastery burned down. Never been fished since." My ears perked up immediately. Carp that size could feed my family for a week, with plenty left to trade. "It's on Alsop's land, though," said another man, shaking his head. "He doesn't let nobody near it." Mr. Alsop owned most of the woodland around our village. He was a grim, solitary man who lived in a crumbling manor house and was known for chasing trespassers with a shotgun loaded with rock salt. Not that he ever hit anyone. I think he just liked scaring people. For 3 straight Saturdays, I walked the 4 miles to Alsop's house to ask permission to fish the pool. The first time, he slammed the door in my face before I'd even finished asking. The second time, he let me explain before telling me to clear off. The third time, something odd happened. I was about to knock when the door creaked open. Mr. Alsop stood there in a threadbare smoking jacket, looking like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his hand shook slightly. "You again," he said, but there wasn't the usual anger in his voice. "Still want to fish that damn pool, do you?" I nodded, trying to look confident. "Yes, sir. Just for a day. I'll share whatever I catch." He stared at me for what felt like minutes, then sighed deeply. "Fine. You can go. Tomorrow only. Be gone by dark." He started to close the door, then paused. "But understand this, boy. I'm not responsible for what happens. That place, it has a history." I was too excited about getting permission to pay much attention to his warning. As I turned to leave, he grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "Listen to me," he hissed. "That monastery wasn't just abandoned. It was burned to the ground in 1642. There was a famine that year, and the village was starving. The abbot had those ponds full of fat carp, but refused to share with the villagers. Said they belonged to God." His grip tightened. "So one night, the villagers took matters into their own hands. They murdered the abbot by the pool and burned the monastery with everyone inside." I swallowed hard. "That's just a story, though, right?" Mr. Alsop's laugh was hollow. "Is it? My family's owned that land since 1660. We've passed down the warning through generations. That pool is cursed, boy. The abbot still patrols it." He released my arm and closed the door. I walked home feeling uneasy, but told myself it was just an old man trying to scare me away from his property. The next morning, I set off at dawn with my fishing gear. It was mid-October, and the mist hung heavy in Glover's Wood. The trees were shedding their leaves, creating a crunchy carpet underfoot that made it impossible to move quietly. It took me nearly an hour of searching before I found the path that led to the pool. When I finally broke through the undergrowth and saw it, my initial reaction was disappointment. The old monastery pool wasn't large, maybe 40 yards across and oval-shaped. It was choked with weed and surrounded by ancient oak trees that blocked most of the light. The remains of stone walls peeked through the ivy and brambles on the far side, all that was left of the monastery. Still, I was determined to try. I found a relatively clear spot at one end and set up my gear. The wind was picking up, rustling the trees and sending ripples across the surface of the pool. I baited my hook with a fat worm, cast out to what looked like a promising spot between weed beds, and waited. For the first hour, nothing happened, not even a nibble. I was starting to think the stories of monster carp were just pub talk when my float suddenly disappeared with such force that it nearly pulled my rod from my hands. The line went taut, then snap. Whatever had taken my bait had broken my line instantly. My heart was pounding with excitement. This was no ordinary fish. I hurriedly set up a stronger line, my fingers fumbling in my eagerness. As I worked, I felt a sudden chill, as if a cloud had passed over the sun. The birds that had been chattering in the trees fell silent. That's when I felt it, the sensation of being watched. Not the casual observation of a passing stranger, but the intense scrutiny of something malevolent. I looked up slowly, my eyes scanning the opposite bank. At first, I thought it was just a shadow among the trees. But then it moved. A figure stood at the edge of the pool, partially hidden by the mist. It wore what looked like robes, not modern clothes, but the kind you see in old paintings of monks. They were tattered and stained, not with mud, but with what looked horribly like soot and old dried blood. I froze, my hands still clutching my fishing line. The figure didn't move, but somehow I could feel its gaze on me. As the mist shifted, I caught a glimpse of its face, and my blood turned to ice. The skin was pallid and waxy, stretched tight over sharp cheekbones, but it was the eyes that truly terrified me. They were bloodshot to the point where the whites were almost completely red, giving them a demonic appearance. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't respond. The figure took a step forward, and I saw that its feet weren't touching the ground, but hovering an inch or two above it. It raised a bony finger and pointed directly at me. "Not your fish," it said, though I didn't see its lips move. The voice seemed to come from the pool itself, bubbling up from the depths, echoing inside my head. I scrambled backward, trying to get to my feet. My heel caught on a root and I fell, smacking my head against a low-hanging branch. Pain exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment, everything went dark. When I came to, the sun was setting. I must have been unconscious for hours. My head throbbed where I'd hit it, and when I touched the spot, my fingers came away sticky with blood. I looked frantically toward the far bank, but the figure was gone. Relief flooded through me until I looked at my fishing gear. My rod was snapped in half, the line cut into dozens of pieces. My tackle box had been emptied, hooks and weights scattered and bent beyond use. And there, scratched into the soft earth beside my gear, was a crude symbol I didn't recognize, something like a fish with a cross through it. I left everything behind and ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the village, where street lamps were just coming on. I didn't go home right away. I couldn't let my mum see me in such a state. Instead, I went to the stream where I usually fished and washed the blood from my hair and face as best I could. I never told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? I made up a story about falling into a bramble patch to explain the scratches and the bump on my head. I never went back to the pool, and I avoided Mr. Alsop whenever possible, though when I did see him, he would give me a knowing look that made my skin crawl. Years later, after I'd grown up and moved away, I asked my uncle about the old monastery pool. He confirmed the legend, that the murdered abbot was cursed to patrol the pool for eternity, ensuring no villagers ever took his fish. He said several people over the years had tried to fish there, and all had experienced something that sent them running. Some heard whispers, others saw shapes in the mist. One man in the 1920s was found wandering the woods at dawn, his mind gone, muttering about red eyes and black robes. I've been back to the village a few times since then, and the pool still sits there in Glover's Wood, undisturbed. No one goes there, especially not at night. Mr. Alsop's grandson owns the land now, and he's just as protective of it as his grandfather was. Sometimes I wonder if what I saw was real, or if I simply hit my head and hallucinated the whole thing. But then I remember those bloodshot eyes, the voice that wasn't a voice, and I know. The abbot is still there, guarding his fish, waiting for trespassers. And sometimes on dark October nights when the wind rustles through dying leaves, I swear I can hear him whispering, "Not your fish, never your fish." Story 16. I'm really struggling to write this, honestly. Part of me is still not sure if I should be sharing it at all. People have always told me that talking about him makes him stronger, but keeping all this bottled up for years has been eating me alive. I need someone to understand what I've been going through. Since I was about 5 years old, I've been haunted by an entity I named Steve. Don't laugh at the name, I was a little kid when it started, and something about giving him a normal human name made him seem less scary. I was wrong about that, so wrong. I grew up in a small town in Chile, in a house that wasn't particularly old or remarkable. My parents were normal, loving people. There was nothing in my childhood that should have attracted something like him, but he came anyway. At first, my parents thought Steve was just an imaginary friend. I'd tell them stories about the tall man who watched me from my doorway at night. I described him as having bleeding green eyes. Not just green eyes, but eyes that seemed to leak a glowing green substance down his cheeks. They'd smile and nod, thinking it was just a child's imagination. But I knew he was real. I could feel the temperature drop when he was near. And sometimes, when I was alone in my room, I'd hear him breathing. Not normal breathing. It was more like the sound of someone trying to imitate breathing without understanding how lungs work. When I was 7, Steve started doing more than just watching. I'd wake up to find my toys rearranged. My bedroom door would close by itself when I was alone. I'd hear tapping on the walls, always in patterns of 3. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. My parents began to worry when I insisted Steve was real. They took me to a child psychologist who said I had an overactive imagination and would grow out of it. But then things happened that couldn't be explained away so easily. One night when I was 8, my mom came into my room because she heard me talking. She asked who I was speaking to, and I told her Steve. She smiled that worried parent smile and tucked me back in. As she was leaving, all the lights in my room flicked on and off 3 times. She stood frozen in the doorway, her face pale. That was the first time I saw my parents truly scared. When I was 10, we moved to Australia for my dad's job. I was hopeful that Steve wouldn't follow us across the ocean. For a few weeks, I thought I was free. Then one night, I woke up to a cold hand stroking my hair. I opened my eyes and saw nothing, but the stroking continued. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to scream or move. That's when I heard Steve's voice for the first time. "I found you," he whispered. His voice was deep but distorted, like someone speaking through static. It had a strange accent I couldn't place, not quite human. After that night, Steve's appearances became more frequent and more physical. He wasn't just a shadow or a feeling anymore. He could move things, touch me. And worse, he could speak. Sometimes he'd mimic my parents' voices. I'd hear my mom calling me from the kitchen, but when I'd go downstairs, she wouldn't be there. Or I'd hear my dad asking for help in the garage, only to find it empty. The most terrifying aspect of Steve isn't his height, he's at least 7 feet tall when he shows himself fully, or his bleeding green eyes. It's that he can look like me, exactly like me. The only difference is his eyes. They're always open too wide, unblinking, and when he smiles as me, it's always too big, stretching further than any human mouth should. When I was 13, I had my most terrifying experience with him up to that point. I was brushing my teeth before bed, looking in the bathroom mirror. I wasn't smiling. I was exhausted from a long day at school, where I'd been bullied pretty badly. But my reflection was grinning back at me, not just a small smile, a massive, face-splitting grin. I dropped my toothbrush and backed away. My reflection didn't move with me. Instead, it placed its hand on the mirror from the other side, as if touching glass between us. "Let me out," it said in my voice, but with Steve's distorted undertone. I screamed and my parents came running. By the time they got there, the mirror just showed my terrified face. They thought I'd had a nightmare while standing up. How do you explain to your parents that something impossible just happened? But here's where things get complicated. Steve isn't just a tormentor. He's protected me multiple times. When I was 15, I was swimming alone in a lagoon near our house in Australia. I'm a strong swimmer, but I got a cramp and started to panic. Water filled my lungs as I sank. I remember the burning sensation, the realization that I was going to die. Then, impossibly, I felt hands grabbing me, pulling me up to the surface and dragging me onto the shore. When I coughed up water and could finally see again, there was no one there. Just wet footprints leading away from me. Footprints too large to be human. Another time, when I was 17, I was crossing the street with headphones on and didn't hear a car coming around the corner too fast. Something yanked me back violently by my backpack, hard enough to leave bruises on my shoulders. The car missed me by inches. When I turned around, I saw Steve for a split second before he vanished. Tall, thin, those bleeding green eyes locked on mine. I'm 23 now, and Steve is still with me. I've tried everything to get rid of him. Religious ceremonies from 3 different faiths, meditation, psychology, even medication. Nothing works. He remains, watching, intervening, mimicking. Last month, my girlfriend stayed over for the first time. I was nervous about it because Steve tends to be more active when there are new people around. Everything was fine until the middle of the night. She woke me up, confused. "Why were you standing at the foot of the bed watching me?" she asked. My blood went cold. "I wasn't. You were just there for like 5 minutes, not moving. Then you walked into the bathroom." I heard the bathroom door close even as she said it. I jumped up and flung the door open, empty. The window was too small for anyone to climb through. She broke up with me 3 days later, said she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with me or my apartment. I couldn't blame her, but the worst incident happened just yesterday. That's why I'm finally writing this all down. I came home from work and found my mum sitting in my living room. She doesn't have a key, so I was surprised. "How did you get in?" I asked. She looked confused. "You let me in about an hour ago. You said you were going to take a shower and would be right back." I hadn't been home. I'd been at work all day. We both realized what was happening at the same moment. Her face drained of color. "That wasn't you?" I shook my head slowly. "But we talked. About your dad's birthday next week. About family things only you would know. We searched the apartment together. Nothing. But when we went back to the living room, there was a wet towel on the couch that hadn't been there before. And written in the condensation on my living room window were 3 words: "I am Alex." My mum left immediately. She called an hour later to tell me she made it home safely, but I could hear the fear in her voice. She asked if I would consider moving back home for a while. I told her I'd think about it. Last night I couldn't sleep. Around 3 in the morning I heard tapping on my bedroom wall. Tap, tap, tap. I ignored it. Then I heard my own voice from the hallway. "Alex," it called, "come see what I found." I stayed frozen in bed, heart pounding. My doorknob turned slowly and the door creaked open. I shut my eyes tight, not wanting to see what version of myself might walk in. I felt the edge of my bed sink down, like someone sitting on it. Cold fingers brushed my arm. "I've been with you for 18 years now," Steve said, his voice a distorted version of my own. "Why are you still afraid?" I kept my eyes closed and whispered, "What are you?" He was quiet for so long I thought he might have left. Then right next to my ear, "I'm you, the you that didn't drown, the you that wasn't hit by that car, the you from the other side." I felt him stand up. The weight lifted from my mattress. I keep saving you because we're connected, but I'm getting tired of watching. I want to be the one who lives. When I finally got the courage to open my eyes, my room was empty. But my bathroom door was closed, and I could hear the shower running. I never got up to check who was in there. I was too terrified. This morning, my neighbors told me they saw me leaving my apartment at dawn, but I was asleep until 9. They said I smiled at them, but my eyes looked strange. I don't know what Steve is. I don't know what he wants from me, but he's getting stronger, more physical. And I'm terrified that one day he'll stop pretending to be me and just become me instead. I have no proof of any of this, no recordings, no photos, just 18 years of experiences that sound insane when I say them out loud. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I just needed to tell someone, anyone, before it's too late. I hear tapping on my wall again. 3 taps. It's starting again, and I don't know how this night will end. Story 17. I've been carrying this story for 30 years now, and it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I'm not a superstitious man by nature. I studied science in college and consider myself rational. But what happened in my teak grove back in 1992 has haunted me ever since, and I've never found any logical explanation for it. I was 30 years old then, living in a small village in Andhra Pradesh. My father had passed down a beautiful teak grove to me, over 300 trees that provided a decent income for my family. The pride of the grove was an enormous banyan tree that stood in the center, easily 100 years old, with aerial roots that reached down like fingers grasping at the earth. Everyone in the village respected that tree. Some of the older folks would even leave small offerings at its base. I never paid much attention to these superstitions, focused as I was on managing the grove and supporting my wife and 2 young children. It all began on a sweltering night in April. I remember it was incredibly hot, even for that time of year, the kind of heat that makes sleep impossible. I was lying awake around 3 in the morning when I noticed an orange glow through my bedroom window. My first thought was fire, a nightmare for any plantation owner. I quickly pulled on my clothes and ran outside without even waking my wife. The orange glow was coming from the direction of my grove, maybe half a kilometer from our house. I sprinted down the dirt path, my heart pounding in my chest. If the fire spread through the teak trees, I would lose everything my family had built over generations. As I approached the grove, the glow seemed to be concentrated around the banyan tree. But something was off. There was no smoke, no crackling sound of flames consuming wood, just that eerie orange light. When I reached the edge of the grove, I slowed down, suddenly uncertain. Through the teak trees, I could make out what appeared to be a human figure engulfed in flames, standing perfectly still near the banyan. My first instinct was to help. I thought someone had been caught in a fire. I called out, "Hello? Are you okay?" But there was no response. I moved closer, and what I saw next made my blood run cold. It wasn't someone caught in a fire. It was as if the fire itself had taken human form. The figure was completely engulfed in flames from head to toe, but it wasn't burning away. It just stood there, flames licking up around its silhouette, illuminating the area around the banyan tree. The most disturbing part was that this burning figure showed no signs of pain or distress. It simply stood there, faceless, the flames creating the outline of a man. I froze, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. Was I dreaming? Had the heat driven me mad? As I stood there, paralyzed with fear, the burning figure slowly turned toward me. I couldn't see eyes or a face, just the vague shape of a head turning in my direction. Then it moved, not walking exactly, but gliding behind the massive trunk of the banyan tree. I waited, expecting it to appear on the other side, but nothing happened. The glow dimmed. After several minutes of standing there, my heart hammering in my chest, I decided the figure must have somehow disappeared. Maybe I had imagined it all. I took a few cautious steps toward the banyan tree, scanning the area. That's when I heard a sound above me, a soft crackle, like kindling catching fire. I looked up, and there it was, the burning figure, now hanging from one of the banyan's thick branches, suspended like a man who had been hanged. But there was no rope, just this human-shaped flame dangling from the tree, its fiery head tilted at an unnatural angle, looking directly down at me. I don't remember running home. One moment I was standing beneath that tree, the next I was bursting through my front door, waking my wife with my panicked breathing. She thought I was having a heart attack. I couldn't speak, couldn't explain what I'd seen. I just kept shaking my head when she asked what was wrong. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a hallucination brought on by the heat and lack of sleep. But I couldn't shake the image of that burning figure from my mind. After breakfast, I reluctantly walked back to the grove to check for any signs of fire damage. The banyan tree stood as it always had, majestic and undisturbed. There was no sign of burning, except for a few scorched leaves directly beneath the branch where I'd seen the hanging figure. I picked them up. They were genuinely burnt, still warm to the touch. This wasn't something I had imagined. I'm not a coward, but I wasn't going back to that grove alone at night. I hired Raju, a young man from the village, to act as a night watchman. I told him only that I was concerned about potential thieves, saying nothing about what I'd seen. He agreed to keep an eye on the grove for a modest fee. The next morning, Raju came pounding on my door before sunrise. His face was ashen, eyes wide with terror. He was trembling so badly he could barely speak. When he finally calmed down enough to talk, what he described made my stomach turn. "Not one, sir," he stammered. "4 of them. 4 burning men." I felt the blood drain from my face. "What did you see exactly?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I was sitting against a teak tree, staying awake like you asked," he explained. "Around 2 in the morning, I saw a light coming from the banyan tree. When I went to look, I saw them. 4 figures made of fire standing in a circle around the tree. They weren't burning up, just standing there, made of flames." His description matched exactly what I had seen the night before. This wasn't mass hysteria. Raju knew nothing about my experience. Something was happening in my grove, something I couldn't explain. Despite my fear, I knew I had to see for myself. I asked Raju to take me back that night. He refused at first, but when I offered him double pay, he reluctantly agreed. We set out just after midnight, armed with flashlights and a sense of dread I can't properly describe. The grove was eerily silent that night. No insects chirping, no night birds calling. As we approached the banyan tree, we saw a faint orange glow emanating from its base. Raju grabbed my arm, his fingers digging into my skin. "Look," he whispered. There at the base of the tree was a man, a real flesh and blood man, performing what appeared to be some kind of ritual. He was drawing symbols on the ground with a stick, muttering words I couldn't understand. Around him stood 3 burning figures, exactly as Raju had described, human-shaped columns of flame that cast no shadows. "Who is that?" I whispered to Raju. "Do you recognize him?" Before he could answer, I felt an intense heat at my back. Slowly, we both turned around. Standing less than 2 meters away was another burning figure, but this one was different. While the others were featureless silhouettes of flame, this one had discernible features. One eye socket was empty, blackened, as if gouged out. The rest of its body was charred, with flames licking at exposed muscle and bone. It reached toward us with a burning hand. We ran. We ran faster than I've ever run in my life, not stopping until we reached my house. We locked the doors and waited for dawn, neither of us speaking, both knowing we'd witnessed something beyond natural explanation. The next morning, Raju didn't show up at my house as planned. When I went looking for him, I heard wailing from the direction of the grove. A group of villagers had gathered there. My heart sank before I even saw what they were looking at. Raju was hanging from the banyan tree, a rope around his neck. His eyes were open, his face frozen in an expression of pure terror. The police ruled it a suicide, but I knew better. Something had happened to him after we parted ways. The village elders decided to investigate. 5 of them went to the banyan tree that afternoon. When they returned, they showed me their hands and arms, covered in mysterious burn marks that had appeared when they touched the tree. They couldn't explain it. They said it felt like invisible hands had grabbed them. Desperate for answers, we consulted a black magician from a neighboring village. He visited the tree and immediately sensed what he called disturbed spirits. According to him, the burning figures were the ghosts of 4 thieves who had hidden their stolen goods inside the hollow of the banyan tree decades ago. They had died in some kind of accident. He wasn't clear on the details, and their spirits were bound to the tree and the treasure they never got to enjoy. These are angry spirits, the magician warned. They will not rest. They will take more lives. He advised a week-long ritual to appease the spirits, after which we should cut down the banyan tree and burn it completely. It was our only hope of ending the hauntings. During that week, the most horrific things happened. 12 villagers, including a 6-year-old girl who had never shown any signs of depression, a pregnant woman excited about her baby, and an elderly woman who was deeply religious, all hanged themselves from the banyan tree. Each death occurred at night, and each victim had burn marks on their bodies that couldn't be explained. The village was in panic. After the 7th day of rituals, we did as the magician instructed. 20 men, including myself, my father, and several strong farmers, came with axes and saws to cut down the ancient banyan. As we worked, the wood seemed to resist our tools. The blades would dull quickly, and several men reported feeling their handles grow unbearably hot. When the tree finally fell, we doused it in kerosene and set it ablaze. The fire burned with unusual intensity, and several witnesses swore they heard screaming coming from the flames. Not human screams, something else entirely, something that made people cover their ears and run. For a few days afterward, everything seemed normal. We believed we had put an end to whatever evil had taken root in my grove. But exactly 1 week after we burned the tree, something happened that I still can't explain to this day. Everyone who had participated in cutting down the tree, 20 men including my father, was found hanging from various trees throughout the village, all at the exact same time. Even the black magician was found suspended from a tree outside his home in the neighboring village. None of them had any reason to take their own lives, and it would have been impossible for them to coordinate such actions. In the months that followed, strange phenomena continued to plague our village. Harvested crops would spontaneously combust in storage. People reported hearing crying in the streets at night, but when they looked out their windows, no one was there. 3 more villagers died by hanging before the year was out. We consulted priests, shamans, exorcists, anyone who might help, but nothing worked. Then, as mysteriously as it had begun, the phenomena stopped. No explanation, no closure, just nothing more happened. To this day, I don't know what was in that banyan tree or why it chose my grove. I've sold the land since then and moved my family to the city. But sometimes, when it's very hot and I can't sleep, I swear I can smell smoke and feel an unnatural heat at my back, as if something is still following me, waiting for the right moment to finish what it started. Story 18. I still can't make sense of what happened that afternoon in my dad's room at Eucalyptus Gardens Care Facility. It's been 7 years now, but I remember every detail like it was yesterday. The fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, the antiseptic smell that never quite masked the underlying scent of illness, the way the afternoon sun cast long shadows through the half-drawn blinds. My father, James Wilson, had been at Eucalyptus Gardens for about 4 months by then. He was 78, dying from lung cancer that had spread pretty much everywhere. The doctors had given him 6 months back in January of 2016, and true to their word, he was steadily declining. I visited him daily after work. Sometimes we'd watch cricket matches on the small TV mounted in the corner of his room. Other days, when he felt up to it, I'd wheel him out to the courtyard where he could feel the sun on his face. But as April turned to May, those good days became fewer and further between. By the time winter arrived in June, Dad had stopped eating much. He'd push the food around on his plate during meals, maybe take a bite or two to appease the nurses, but that was it. He wasn't interested in TV anymore either. Most days, I'd sit by his bed and read aloud from the newspaper, not even sure if he was listening. That particular Tuesday in late June, I arrived around 4 in the afternoon. The air conditioning was blasting as usual, making the room uncomfortably cold. Dad was propped up against his pillows, staring blankly at the wall. His once robust frame had withered away, his hospital gown hanging loosely off his shoulders. His skin had that papery, translucent quality that seems unique to the elderly when they're nearing the end. "Hey, Dad," I said, setting down my bag and hanging my jacket on the back of the visitor's chair. "Bloody freezing in here, isn't it?" He turned his head slowly toward me, his eyes taking a moment to focus. He'd been more distant lately, often confused about what day it was or why he was in the facility. The nurses had warned me this was normal in the later stages. I sat down beside him and pulled out the day's newspaper. "Should I read you the headlines? Looks like the Liberals are making a mess of things again." Politics had always been a surefire way to get him engaged. Even when he was feeling his worst, my dad could muster the energy to rant about whatever the government was doing wrong. But that day, he just stared at me with those sunken eyes. I sighed and folded the paper. "Not in the mood for news, then? How about some TV?" He shook his head slightly. "Have you eaten today?" I asked, noticing his untouched dinner tray on the side table. The meatloaf and mashed potatoes looked congealed and unappetizing. "Not hungry," he mumbled, his voice raspy from disuse. I nodded, trying not to show my concern. The nurses had assured me they were making sure he got enough nutrition through the IV when necessary, but it was still hard, watching him refuse food day after day. "What about a coffee?" I suggested, reaching for straws. "I could go down to the cafe and get us each a cup. They make a decent flat white." I expected another refusal, which is why I was surprised when he nodded slowly. "You want a coffee?" I repeated, just to be sure. "Yes," he said, his voice a bit stronger. "Coffee sounds nice." I felt a rush of something like hope. It wasn't much, but it was the most interest he'd shown in anything for weeks. Maybe he was having a good day. Maybe the medication was working better. I didn't know, and honestly, I didn't care. I was just grateful for this small sign of my real dad. "Great, I'll be right back then. White with 1 sugar, right?" He nodded again, the ghost of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I practically jogged to the elevator, ridiculously excited about this tiny victory. The cafe was on the ground floor, a small setup that served the visitors and staff. There was a line of 3 people when I got there, and I found myself tapping my foot impatiently. I didn't want to be away from Dad's room for too long, worried that his moment of clarity might pass. The barista was taking her time, carefully crafting each drink with a precision that would have been admirable under different circumstances. I checked my watch repeatedly, calculating how long I'd been gone. 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes. Finally, I got our coffees, a flat white for me and a white with 1 sugar for Dad. I balanced them carefully as I hurried back to the elevator, willing it to move faster as it climbed to the 3rd floor. When I reached Dad's room, I pushed the door open with my shoulder, careful not to spill the hot drinks. "Got the coffees, Dad," I announced cheerfully. "Sorry it took so—" I stopped mid-sentence. Dad was sitting up straighter than before, his gaze fixed intently on the far corner of the room, near the window. He didn't seem to notice me enter. "Dad," I said, setting, "the coffee's down on the side table." He continued staring at the corner, a strange expression on his face. Not fear or confusion, but something like recognition. His eyes were clearer than I'd seen them in months, focused and alert. I followed his gaze to the corner, but there was nothing there, just the beige wall, the edge of the window, and the visitor's chair. I'd moved there last week so I could sit in the sun while reading to him. "Dad?" I repeated louder this time. "I brought your coffee." He slowly turned toward me, but his eyes kept darting back to the corner. He looked at me, then back at the corner, then at me again. His brow furrowed slightly, as if he was trying to reconcile something. Then he asked in a completely lucid voice, "What about Mom?" A chill ran down my spine. My mother, his wife of 52 years, had died in 2008. Heart attack, quick and unexpected. Dad had never fully recovered from losing her, though he'd learned to live with his grief. I froze, unsure how to respond. Was this the confusion the nurses had warned about? But he seemed so clear-eyed, so present. This didn't feel like confusion. It felt like he was seeing something or someone that I couldn't. My mind raced back to other moments in my life. The time when I was 10 and woke up to see my grandfather standing at the foot of my bed, only to learn the next morning that he'd died during the night. The shadowy figure I'd glimpsed in our hallway the day after Mom's funeral. The inexplicable cold spots in our family home that Dad and I had both felt but never discussed. In that moment, I understood exactly what was happening, or at least I thought I did. I decided to respond naturally, as if this was a completely normal question. "I can get a coffee for Mom too, if you'd like." Dad looked between the corner and me again, his expression shifting. Something like realization seemed to dawn on him. He stared at the corner for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. "No," he said softly. "No, that's all right." We sat in silence for a few minutes. I handed him his coffee, and he took it with slightly trembling hands. He sipped it slowly, his eyes occasionally drifting back to that corner of the room. "Is someone there, Dad?" I finally asked, unable to contain my curiosity. He took another sip of his coffee before answering. "Your mother," he said simply. "She's waiting." The matter-of-fact way he said it made the hairs on my arms stand up. There was no fear in his voice, no confusion, just certainty. "What's she doing?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Just standing there, smiling." He took another sip of coffee. "She looks like she did when we first met. Young, beautiful." He paused. "She's wearing that blue dress she loved." My throat tightened. I remembered that dress, sky blue with tiny white flowers. She'd worn it in so many family photos. It had been her favorite. "Can you still see her?" I asked. Dad nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on that empty corner. "She's been coming for a few days now, just standing there, watching. Today is the first time she stayed when you came in." I felt a mix of emotions, fear, awe, and strangely comfort. If Mom was here, if she was really here, then maybe she'd come to guide Dad when his time came. The thought brought me an unexpected peace. "Does it scare you?" I asked hesitantly. Dad shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. "No, it's nice. I've missed her." We sat in silence after that, drinking our coffee. Dad continued to glance at the corner periodically, but we didn't discuss it further. It felt too sacred somehow, too personal. I didn't want to cheapen it with too many questions. When I left that evening, Dad seemed more at peace than he had in months. He squeezed my hand weakly as I said goodbye, his eyes clear and present. "She'll be back tomorrow," he said as I was leaving. "She told me." I nodded, not knowing what else to say. "I'll be back tomorrow too." Dad died, 3 days later in his sleep. The night nurse said he went peacefully, no signs of distress. I like to think Mum was there with him at the end, holding his hand as he crossed over to whatever waits for us on the other side. What's strangest to me is that Dad had never been the type to talk about ghosts or the afterlife. He was practical, grounded, a man of facts and figures. In all the years since Mom died, he'd never once claimed to have seen or felt her presence. And though he'd had some confusion when he first arrived at Eucalyptus Gardens, he'd been largely lucid otherwise. This wasn't a hallucination brought on by medication or the disease eating away at his body. This was something else entirely. I've tried to rationalize it in the years since. Maybe it was just his mind giving him comfort in his final days. Maybe the medications created a vivid hallucination. But deep down, I know what I witnessed. My father saw my mother that day. She came for him to guide him home. I've never told this story to many people. It sounds crazy, I know. But I was there. I saw the recognition in his eyes when he looked at that empty corner. I heard the clarity in his voice when he spoke of her, and in those final days of his life, I saw a peace settle over him that had been absent since the day we buried her. I don't know what happens when we die. I don't know if there's something waiting for us on the other side, but I know what I saw in that room at Eucalyptus Gardens, and it gives me comfort to think that when my time comes, they might both be waiting for me, standing in a corner that only I can see. Story 19. I never wanted to share this. For years, I've kept it locked away, convincing myself it would fade with time, but it hasn't. If anything, the memories have only grown sharper, and keeping them bottled up is driving me crazy. I need to put this somewhere, even if no one believes me. I'm a Marine Sergeant, was stationed at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina for 5 years. My wife Samantha and I were assigned to military housing there back in 2015. Nice enough place from the outside, 2-story, 3 bedrooms, small yard. Standard issue military housing, nothing special. We were actually excited when we got it because the waiting list for family housing was ridiculous. From day one, something felt off. I've been deployed twice, spent time in some seriously messed up places, and I know what it feels like when something's not right. This house had that feeling cranked up to 11. Walking through the front door that first time, I felt this weight. Like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. I turned around expecting to see someone, but there was nothing, just empty space. Sam didn't notice anything at first. She was just happy to have our own place after 6 months in a cramped apartment off base. But I couldn't shake the feeling we weren't alone. I'd catch myself constantly looking over my shoulder or checking rooms before entering them. Basic tactical awareness, I told myself. Just habits from deployment. But deep down, I knew it was something else. About 4 months after moving in, things escalated. I started seeing things, dark shapes, always at the edge of my vision, like someone quickly ducking behind a doorframe or pulling back around a corner. Never when I was looking directly, always in my peripheral, just quick enough to make me doubt myself. I remember the first time clearly. I was heading downstairs for a glass of water around midnight. Sam was already asleep. As I reached the bottom step, I saw something, a dark, person-shaped shadow, peek out from behind the wall that separated the living room from the kitchen. Just for a split second, then gone. My heart nearly stopped. I flipped on every light in the downstairs and searched the entire house. Nothing. Doors locked, windows secured. I told myself it was sleep deprivation. I'd been working long hours, training a new batch of recruits, but it kept happening, always the same, a dark figure, just at the edge of my sight, gone when I turned to look. Then came the noises. God, the noises were almost worse than the shadows. We'd be sitting downstairs watching TV and hear distinct footsteps above us. Heavy ones, like someone wearing boots, walking from our bedroom to the bathroom and back. The first few times, I grabbed my sidearm and checked. Empty rooms every time. Sometimes it was more subtle, creaking floorboards, the sound of a door closing softly, always from areas of the house where no one was supposed to be. My buddies in the unit joked that the place must have settled funny or had bad insulation, but houses don't settle in ways that sound exactly like footsteps. I started sleeping poorly. Sam noticed but assumed it was work stress. I didn't tell her what I was seeing and hearing. She seemed happy, and I didn't want to freak her out over what might just be my imagination. I've always been the protective type, maybe to a fault. Then my mom came to visit around Thanksgiving that year. Victoria, tough as nails, doesn't believe in anything she can't see or touch. I hadn't told her anything about the weird stuff happening. Didn't tell anyone, actually. She stayed in our guest room upstairs, across from our bedroom. The second morning of her visit, I found her in the kitchen at 5 in the morning, drinking coffee with shaky hands. When I asked what was wrong, she hesitated, then said, "There was something in my room last night." My blood ran cold. I asked her what she meant. "A shadow," she said. "Not just darkness, but something moving, like black mist floating near the closet." I thought I was dreaming at first, but I was wide awake. She looked embarrassed, like she expected me to laugh at her. I didn't laugh. I sat down at the table, my legs suddenly weak. "How long did you see it?" I asked. "Maybe 30 seconds. It just hovered there, then disappeared into the wall." She shook her head. "I know how this sounds. I'm not going crazy, Ethan." That's when I knew for sure it wasn't just me. My mom, who didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, had seen it too. Without any suggestion from me, whatever was in our house was real. After my mom left, I finally told Sam everything. She was skeptical at first, but supportive. She hadn't experienced anything herself, but promised to keep an eye out. I think she was worried about my mental health more than anything. Can't blame her. If she'd come to me with the same story, I might have reacted the same way. But over the next 2 years, the activity became more frequent and obvious. Objects would move, nothing dramatic like in horror movies, just small things. My keys would be on the coffee table when I went to bed, then on the kitchen counter in the morning. A coffee mug I'd left in the sink would be back in the cabinet. Little things that made us question our own memories. The shadows became more bold too. They'd linger longer, sometimes allowing me to almost get a good look before vanishing. And Sam finally started noticing them as well. She'd be doing laundry and see something dark move behind her in the reflection of the window. Or she'd be in the shower and see the bathroom door crack open when no one else was home. We tried to rationalize it all. Maybe the house had weird air currents that caused doors to open. Maybe the foundation was settling in ways that created those footstep sounds. But deep down, we knew better. I've never told anyone this part before, but there's something else you should know. My father, who's been in prison since I was 15, used to practice what he called black magic. I don't know exactly what that entailed, but our house growing up had strange symbols drawn in hidden places, weird artifacts he'd keep locked away. My mom left him when I was 12, took me with her. She never talked about it, but I overheard enough arguments to piece together that his practices scared the hell out of her. As a kid, I'd see and hear things too. Shadows moving through our house, whispers from empty rooms. My father would tell me they were his friends and that they meant no harm. After we left him, those experiences stopped. I convinced myself it had all been my imagination, influenced by my father's beliefs. I joined the Marines partly to find structure, partly to get as far away from that world as possible, but whatever was happening in our military housing brought it all rushing back. The same feelings, the same unexplainable presence. Like something had found me again after all these years. We considered requesting different housing, but the waiting list was even worse by then, and we couldn't afford anything decent off base with housing prices skyrocketing. So we stayed, learning to live with our unseen housemate. We even developed a kind of gallows humor about it. The shadows moving your stuff again, Sam would say when I couldn't find something. Then came that morning, February 7th, 2018. I'll never forget it. I woke up at exactly 5:27 a.m., not gradually, not drifting awake. I was jolted from deep sleep to completely alert in an instant. Something had grabbed my foot, not just touched it, grabbed it. 5 distinct pressure points like fingers squeezing firmly around my ankle. My first thought was that Sam had reached down to wake me, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see her lying next to me, facing away, clearly asleep. Her arms were visible, nowhere near my feet. I yanked my foot back instinctively and sat bolt upright, heart pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. The room was freezing cold. I could see my breath misting in the air, which made no sense because our heating system worked fine. My eyes darted around the room, searching for whatever had touched me. Nothing was visible in the dim light coming through the blinds. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate creaking sound coming from the corner where our full-length mirror stood, like weight shifting on the floorboards. I reached for the bedside lamp, fumbling in the dark, my hand shaking. Before I could turn it on, I felt it, that heavy sense of being watched, more intense than ever before. The air felt thick, charged, like right before a lightning strike. When the light came on, the room appeared empty. Sam stirred, mumbling something before rolling over. I sat there frozen, staring at the corner, half expecting to see the shadow materialize again. "What's wrong?" Sam asked, her voice groggy with sleep. I couldn't speak at first. My mouth was dry, my throat tight. "Something grabbed my foot," I finally managed to say. She sat up, suddenly alert. "What do you mean, grabbed?" "A hand," I said. I felt fingers wrap around my ankle and squeeze. We searched the entire house. Nothing was out of place, no doors or windows open. But the cold spot remained in our bedroom for hours, centered right at the foot of the bed. That physical contact crossed a line. Whatever had been watching us, following us through the house, had now touched me. It had moved from observer to participant. The rules had changed. I'd spent years trying to escape the shadow world my father had embraced, convinced myself I could leave it all behind. But sitting there that morning, with the phantom sensation of fingers still lingering on my skin, I knew with absolute certainty that wasn't possible. Whatever this thing was, ghost, demon, or something else entirely, it had found me again. And this time, it wasn't content just to watch. We moved out 3 months later, taking a financial hit to break our housing contract. I told my command it was for family reasons. Found an apartment 20 miles from base. The extra commute was worth it. It's been 5 years since we left that house. No shadows have followed us. No unexplained noises wake us at night. But I still sleep with the lights on sometimes. Still find myself glancing over my shoulder when I'm alone. Still wake up occasionally at 5:27 in the morning, my heart racing, the feeling of cold fingers on my ankle as vivid as that February morning. I don't know what was in that house, or why it seemed to fixate on me. Maybe it was connected to my father's past. Maybe it was something unique to that building. All I know is that whatever barrier exists between our world and something else is thinner than most people realize. And sometimes things from the other side reach through. Story 20. I still have nightmares about that summer in Malaysia. Even though it's been almost 4 years, the memories are so vivid it feels like it happened yesterday. I'm 16 now, turning 17 next month, but I was only 13 when it all went down. It was supposed to be a fun vacation to visit my cousin Amir in Kuala Lumpur during the summer of 2020. The pandemic had just started, but my parents had arranged the trip months before. And since Malaysia wasn't hit as hard as other places, we decided to go ahead with it. Amir was the same age as me, and we'd always gotten along really well during our previous visits. Amir's house was in this really nice neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. Behind their property was this massive open area with a bunch of mango trees and this small lake. The land technically belonged to someone else, but there wasn't any fence or clear boundary, so everyone in the neighborhood kind of treated it as a public space. The first few days was super normal. Amir and I would play video games, swim in their pool, and just hang out like normal kids. Then, one afternoon, maybe 4 or 5 days into my visit, Amir suggested we go explore the mango grove behind his house. There's this really cool spot by the lake where we can skip rocks, he told me. I was bored of being indoors anyway, so I agreed. It was hot and humid, typical Malaysian weather. The sun was setting, painting everything in this weird orange glow. As we wandered deeper into the grove, I started feeling off, like someone was watching us. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was never anyone there. "Do you ever feel weird out here?" I asked Amir. He shrugged. "Sometimes. My mum says this land used to be an old cemetery before they developed the area, but that was like 100 years ago." Great. Just what I needed to hear. We made it to the lake and spent about an hour skipping rocks and climbing trees. I was starting to relax and actually have fun when I saw it for the first time. I was bending down to pick up another rock when I got this intense feeling again, like someone was staring at me. I looked up toward one of the larger mango trees about 30 feet away. There, standing perfectly still beneath it, was this figure. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, completely black like a shadow, but somehow solid enough that I could make out its shape against the tree. It didn't have any features that I could see, no face, no clothes, just this black silhouette of a person. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Amir," I whispered, not taking my eyes off the figure. "Do you see that?" Amir turned to look. He didn't seem scared, just curious. "Oh yeah, I see them sometimes. There's another one over there." He pointed to our right, and sure enough, there was a second figure standing between 2 trees closer to the water. "What do you mean you see them sometimes? What are they?" My voice cracked a bit. Amir just shrugged again like this was the most normal thing in the world. "I don't know. I've seen them since we moved here 3 years ago. They never do anything, just watch. I think they're friendly." I couldn't believe how casual he was being. These things were clearly not normal, but Amir acted like they were no big deal, like they were just neighborhood kids or something. Then Amir did something that made my blood run cold. He waved at them. "Hey, want to play with us?" he called out. "What are you doing?" I hissed, grabbing his arm. "Relax, Liam, they're nice. They're probably just lonely." The figures didn't respond, didn't move. They just stood there, watching us. After a few minutes, I started to calm down a bit. They weren't doing anything threatening after all. Maybe Amir was right. Maybe they were just, I don't know, spirits or something that hung around the old property. Eventually, the sun went down completely, and Amir's mum called us in for dinner. As we walked back to the house, I kept glancing behind us. The shadow people were following at a distance, always staying just at the edge of visibility. "They sometimes come to the house," Amir said as we walked. "I see them outside my window sometimes." That night I couldn't sleep. I kept getting up to look out the window of the guest room, half expecting to see one of those things staring back at me. Around 2 in the morning, I finally saw one. It was standing in the backyard, looking up at my window. I should have been terrified, but strangely, I wasn't. There was something almost comforting about its presence, like it was watching over me. The next day, Amir and I went back to the grove. The shadow people were already there, as if waiting for us. This time, I was the one who approached them. "Hi," I said, feeling stupid for talking to what was basically a living shadow. "I'm Liam." They didn't speak, but I swear one of them tilted its head like it was acknowledging me. Over the next few days, Amir and I spent more and more time with the shadow people. We'd talk to them, tell them stories, even play simple games like tag, though they never actually moved when we were looking directly at them. They would just appear in different spots when we weren't paying attention. At night, they started coming into the house. I'd wake up and find one standing in the corner of my room or beside my bed. It should have been terrifying, but it wasn't. They felt like guardians, like friends. Then everything changed. It was exactly 1 week after we first saw them. I'd gone outside to take out the trash. Amir's mom had asked me to help with chores since I was staying with them. It was around 9 at night, dark outside except for the porch light and the distant glow from neighboring houses. As I was putting the trash bag in the bin, I felt that familiar sensation of being watched. I turned around, expecting to see one of our shadow friends. But this was different. This figure was taller than the others, at least 8 feet, and while the other shadow people were just dark silhouettes, this one seemed to absorb the light around it. It had no features except for 2 pale spots where eyes should be. For the first time since meeting these entities, I felt genuine fear. This wasn't like our friends. This was something else entirely. I dropped the trash and ran back inside, locking the door behind me. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. I don't know why. Maybe I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, or maybe I was afraid acknowledging it would make it more real. That night, Amir came into my room around midnight. His eyes looked weird, kind of glazed over. "Liam, they want us to join them," he said, his voice flat. "What? Who wants us to join them?" I asked, sitting up in bed. "Our friends, the shadows. They say we'll be happier with them. We need to go to them." A chill ran down my spine. "What are you talking about? Go where?" "We need to die, Liam. Then we can be with them forever." I'll never forget the way he said it. So matter of fact, like he was suggesting we go get ice cream or something. "That's crazy, Amir. Go back to bed." I tried to sound calm, but my heart was racing. "No, we have to do it now. They're waiting for us. I already know how we're going to do it." He grabbed my wrist and pulled me out of bed with surprising strength. I tried to resist, to call out for his parents, but my voice wouldn't work. It was like I was in a trance, my body moving against my will. We snuck out of the house and headed back to the mango grove. Amir had a rope with him. I don't know where he got it. We walked to the biggest tree, the one where I'd first seen the shadow person. "We'll hang ourselves together," Amir said, starting to tie the rope to a branch. "It'll be quick and then we'll be with them." Part of me knew this was insane, that I should run back to the house and get help. But another part of me, a part that didn't feel like me at all, was calm, accepting. Like this made perfect sense. We had the rope set up and were about to do it when a dog started barking somewhere nearby. The sound snapped me out of whatever trance I was in, at least partially. "Amir, this is crazy. We can't do this." I grabbed his arm. He looked at me, and for a second I saw confusion in his eyes, like he was waking up from a dream. Then his expression hardened again. "Fine. There's another way." He led me away from the grove, toward the main road. It was probably around 1 in the morning by now, but there were still occasional trucks passing by on the highway. "We'll step in front of one of those trucks," Amir said. "It'll be even quicker." We stood on the side of the highway waiting. I was trembling, tears streaming down my face, but still unable to run away. It was like my body wasn't my own anymore. A truck appeared in the distance, its headlights cutting through the dark. Amir grabbed my hand, ready to pull me onto the road. That's when I saw it again. The tall shadow figure with the pale eyes, standing on the other side of the highway. It was watching us, waiting. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that this was wrong, that we were being manipulated. I tried to pull back, to resist. "Amir, stop! Look over there! That's not our friend!" Amir didn't seem to hear me. The truck was getting closer. At the last second, I tried to pull away, but Amir yanked me forward with him. I remember the blinding headlights, the deafening horn, the driver slamming on his brakes. I remember flying through the air and hitting the pavement hard. Before I blacked out, I saw them, all of the shadow people, standing in a line at the edge of the road, watching. And in front of them, the tall one with the pale eyes. I woke up in the hospital 3 days later, multiple broken bones, internal bleeding, a severe concussion. The doctors called it a miracle that I survived. Amir wasn't so lucky. He died on impact. His parents were devastated, confused. They couldn't understand why we had been out on the highway in the middle of the night. I couldn't tell them the truth. Who would believe me? I spent weeks in that hospital, recovering physically while trying to make sense of what had happened. The shadow people never appeared again, not once during my hospital stay or after I returned home to the States. It's been almost 4 years now. I've been in therapy, trying to process it all. My therapist thinks it was some kind of shared psychosis, triggered by isolation during the early pandemic and ghost stories about the property. Maybe she's right. Maybe it was all in our heads. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my room at night, I swear I can feel eyes on me, and I wonder if they're still out there, waiting for me to join them.